Staff, councillors, must be something happening tonight. We seldom get this kind of a crowd, 2 or 3 max. This evening is one of those evenings where we have public hearings first. They're not part of a council session. They're quite separate and apart from council. And the rules are pretty simple. There are a number of, 4 items. Perhaps I should go to the proper agenda. Several public hearing items that we'll deal with, and the process that takes place during public hearings is simply the council not sitting as a regular council meeting. Councillors, as each item concerning which a public hearing is necessary, as each item is called, then a member of staff presents to council that particular item as staff's work was done associated with that item. Then following that, there's an opportunity for any member of the public to make a representation concerning that particular matter that comes before the public hearing. Following that, the applicant, if the applicant is present and wishes to speak in response to any of the items that have been raised by members of the public, the applicant gets to speak. And the job of the people sitting around this table is simply to hear and not engage in debate. But if there is any subject brought up concerning which clarification is required, there may be questions of clarification from councillors. But no debate takes place. These people are sitting here in a kind of what they call a quasi-judicial capacity. It's a hearing, and we want to hear what everyone has to say about each of the particular applications as they come forward. Later on, there will be a council meeting, and during that council meeting, as these items come up on the council agenda, there will be debate from the councillors around the particular application and what recommendations come to council with respect to it. So they'll have the opportunity, and they'll be still carrying in their heads all of the information that they've heard from the public and from the applicant and from the presenter at the time that they get to debate the question. So the usual rules, of course, we want everyone to be respectful of one another. We're not here to argue, but we're here to hear your points of view. And we're hopeful that, that all points of view will be fully expressed and heard. You'll be invited to come to the microphone and identify yourself and where you live. And of course, you'll only be coming forward on the matters that you're interested in speaking to. Following the public hearing, you're free, of course, to leave. You're free, of course, to leave anytime you wish. But what I'm saying is you don't need to stay for the council meeting. You may, and of course you're invited to, and it's a joy for us to have people present during council meetings. All of that said, I want to remind everyone that it's December the 6th, and on December the 6th, 33 years ago, the École Polytechnique massacre took place. Those that aren't as long in the tooth as I am may not have been around at the time, but it was a tragic event, and it was an act of misogyny, and many lives, 33 lives were lost by an individual who was more than a little unbalanced and arrived with an automatic rifle at École Polytechnique in Montreal. So in In memory of those folks who lost their lives on that occasion and in recognition of the occasion and the hope that it will never occur again, I'd ask for your indulgence in 1 minute of silence, please. Thank you. So we will begin. I'll open the public hearing formally, and in the order of the agenda, we will be hearing first the application to enter into a development agreement at 1439 Baxters Harbour Road, Baxters Harbour. That's going to be presented to us by Mr. Mark Fredericks, and process is that I'll simply turn the microphone over to Mr. Fredericks. If any of you have difficulty hearing, please raise your hand and we'll be sure to draw the mics closer to us. The system should be projecting okay. Mr. Fredericks, when you're ready on that application, please.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. We have a planning application here for a development agreement that would permit up to 5 tourist cabins on the property at 1439 Baxters Harbour Road. The request from the owners is to establish a group of tourist cabins in Baxters Harbour, and the application began as a rezoning to the P1 zone, which is a commercial recreation zone, which would have allowed 5 tourist cabins, but it may have also allowed maybe more. And certainly with a rezoning, there is some uncertainty with the final development form. So following some public concerns, we moved from a rezoning to a development agreement, which was an option in this case. It's not always an option, but in this particular situation, we were able to consider a development agreement. So staff worked with the applicant to switch over into that system. And a development agreement gave a bit more certainty for some of the neighbors and the surrounding community, and still able to permit the 5 tourist cabins as requested. So the background here is the applicant owns a 5-acre property in Baxters Harbour with 1 existing cabin shown here. They've owned this property for a number of years, and they've occasionally rented this cabin to traveling public or tourists. And they've had a great success with that, and there's been enough rental demand that they'd like to add a couple of additional cabins to the property and provide additional lodging in that sense. So Baxters Harbour, of course, is a community where there's a beautiful beach and a waterfall and hiking trails, and so these are popular tourist destinations which attract a lot of visitors. So in terms of location, we're kind of on the Fundy Coast, Baxters Harbour. This is the property. It's a fairly narrow property. It's about 200 feet wide and I think about 1,000 feet deep. It's split zoned, and sometimes this happens where we have a property with 2 different zones. The front portion of this is in the tidal shoreland or T1 zone, and the back is in rural mixed use or the A2 zone. This air photo shows the property is mostly wooded. That existing cabin is in the front here in this kind of cleared area, and the idea would be that they would install maybe a second cabin here next summer. And if that went well, they would consider building another 2 or 3 cabins behind there, kind of in a row. The nearest neighbor is, there are some residential dwellings certainly across the street, and the nearest neighbor is probably to the south here, who we spoke with a few times, Frank and Sherry, and they had some concerns with the kind of proximity and the potential for noise and other disruptions. And so we tried to address that with a deep setback, which we'll talk about just in a moment. But you can certainly see, this area is heavily forested, and it's intended that most of these trees would remain. short of the area that needs to be cleared for septic systems and a driveway and the cabins themselves. So the planning strategy in this case considers the opportunity for people to make an application like this, and the process that we would follow is sort of shown here. These are the criteria that we review. Section 2.5.13 allows council to consider by development agreement within a variety of designations, including the agricultural and shoreland designations, which apply here on this property, with proposals for visitor-oriented developments. And in looking at those sorts of things, council shall be satisfied that the proposal is oriented to visitors, and that can include lodging or restaurants or event venues. In this case, we're only talking about lodging, and certainly it is intended to offer lodging to visitors and tourists. The next criteria is that the property has an appropriate lot area that can accommodate the proposed use, accessory uses, parking areas, and required infrastructure. And we found that certainly 5 acres was an appropriate amount of, certainly more than enough land to accommodate 5 cabins. But because it's a fairly narrow property, that was a fair balance, we thought. The other criteria is that the facilities are adequately buffered or separated from surrounding residential dwellings, and that's how we got to this kind of deeper wooded setback of 50 feet all the way around the property, because there is an existing residential use just to the south, and their property, where it borders the subject property, there's certainly some vegetation that remains, and it would be hoped that that vegetation helps reduce noise, but also visual impacts and lighting impacts as well. So this is the site plan that kind of helps us establish a kind of development envelope. The approach here is that the setback area, which is sort of white, showing around the property, ensures that there's that wooded setback and that all of the activity occurs within the envelope, or the development envelope. And that includes the cabins themselves, as well as parking and driveways and accessory uses. So that helps to buffer, again, that comes from more commercial activity from the surrounding residential uses. And with every planning application, we also review a set of general criteria. These look at things like land use conflict, services, road infrastructure, and site suitability. And certainly in this case, it's a fairly suitable site. It's already got a cabin. It's relatively flat, and certainly seems appropriate for the requested density of 5 cabins. There are no financial impacts on the municipality in this situation. The proposal is certainly in keeping with the planning strategy's goals and objectives around tourism and ecotourism and opportunities to provide visitor-oriented businesses. The feasibility of services is quite likely. It would be private water, well water, and septic systems in this case. Potential for land use conflict, of course, may always exist with a more commercial development, but staff are confident that the buffering requirements should minimize that impact on surrounding residential dwellings. There are no identified well fields in the area, and so these general criteria were all sort of satisfied and met. They're also reviewed in more detail in the planning report. So the development agreement that we drafted, enables up to 5 cabins. They can be up to 1,000 square feet in building footprint, and it requires a 50-foot setback from all the property lines. The development agreement also requires Nova Scotia Environment's approval for well water and septic systems, and the development agreement also controls various kind of design criteria like lighting, signage, and parking. Generally, these are required to be within that development envelope. The lighting is to be minimal, and the signage is, includes things like no internally illuminated signs. Following the Planning Advisory Committee meeting, staff did add a couple of clarification edits to the text of the development agreement, which includes specifying some building heights and clarification around the development envelope to include things like parking. And so there were a couple of text edits, but staff are confident that these were minor changes to clarify the intent. In terms of process here, we've gone through a public information meeting where we did hear a lot from the community in Baxters Harbour. Many folks had concerns around parking on the beach at Baxters Harbour. which was not able to be directly addressed through this development agreement, but staff are understanding that there may be a concentration of parking, sometimes blocking individual or full-time residents' driveways, and we understand that is an ongoing issue in Baxters Harbour. So staff are requiring that parking be required here and no on-street parking would be permitted. And within the scope of this development agreement, that's what we were able to address. And further to that, the request went to the Planning Advisory Committee in October, and it was given first reading by this council in November. There were advertisements and notices sent out in advance of this public hearing, and all statutory requirements have been met, and we have not received any written submissions for council's benefit. And with that, I'd pass it back to the mayor for public comment. Thank you,
Mr. Fredericks. I'll just mention one thing that I neglected to mention at the beginning of the meeting. I'll say for the record that all council is present this evening with the exception of the deputy mayor, who is held up in another matter and may be here later. But the deputy mayor will not be in a position to debate or vote on this particular application because she hasn't been present to hear the presentations with regard to this. And the same may apply if she is unable to be here in time for the ones that follow. So any councillor who's not present at the public hearing hasn't had the opportunity to hear the public input, and therefore it wouldn't be fair for either the applicant or the persons speaking with respect to the application that she be permitted to vote on it without that information. Now, having said that, I assure you that we've all read all of the letters that have arrived in all these applications, and our kit this evening is about 500 pages, so you know what the council's been doing the last few days. So again, thank you, Mr. Fredericks, and I look to council for any questions of clarification. Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Member Tart. I was just wondering if we could do roll call.
Yes, well, I kind of just covered that verbally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We don't actually have to.
I do appreciate, and that's why I stepped in as I did at that time, before one of you corrected me.
I should know you've got it covered.
Yeah, but thank you for raising it. Yeah. Any other, any questions of clarification of the presenter? No questions of clarification. Does any member of the public wish to speak to this particular application? Any member of the public wish to speak? Please come forward, sir, to the mic. I'll turn the mic on for you, and if you would just identify yourself for the purposes of the record and your place of residence in the event that we have to send something along to you. Feel free to take off your mask or leave it on as you wish.
My name is David Daniels, and I live in Wolfville. I just had a question. I didn't have a chance to read the development agreement, but I wonder whether any of the units will be made accessible, or it's set up to be made accessible as part of the development agreement. Again, I apologize. I haven't read the agreement, but I
appreciate the question, and if the presenter, Mr. Fredericks, doesn't have the response, then perhaps the applicant himself will ask him to address it
Thank you
later.
very much.
Thank you. Mr. Fredericks, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, it's our understanding, and we didn't specify it in the development agreement because it's ultimately a building code issue. So that's covered under the Nova Scotia Building Code. And I believe it's one of these units would be required, although I would maybe want to verify that with our director at the rate of how many need to be accessible. But I believe it's at least one.
Yes, there are criteria that are developed based upon a certain number of the total number of units that are built that must be accessible. Director of Planning, Ms. Shaverick, do you have a response to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to confirm that Mr. Fredericks is right. It's after the fourth unit, accessibility needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Hope that responds to your question, sir?
Yes,
thank you. Any other comments or questions with respect to this application? Yes, ma'am. Your name and place of residence, if you don't mind.
So I'm Caroline Gifford from Kentville, originally from Wolfville. My question that I have is, I'm to the north of the property. So is there going to be any signage or anything that's going to label for public trails? Because most of the land there is still privately owned that is considered woodlot or forestry.
I'm sorry, I just need some clarification on your question.
Yeah.
For public trails,
Yeah.
Can you expand on that? Are you saying you would like to see signage that tells people what trails they shouldn't go on, or what trails are available to them, or whether there's any trails at all?
If the tourists that are coming up are from the city and they're not familiar with the area, is there signage that's going to happen or going to be placed to identify where trails may be that they can use publicly instead of wandering onto privately owned land?
Okay, a manner in which to keep the people who inhabit these cottages on their own property, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, or rambling on their own property.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than adjacent properties. Okay, thank you. Again, I'll look to the presenter to see whether he has anything to add.
Yeah, I can add that, regulating signs on other people's properties would certainly be outside of the scope of this development agreement. There are no public trails proposed for this development agreement, but there's some signage, and so at least in the effect of accidentally going down someone's driveway looking for the rental cabin that you may have rented online or something, there would be adequate signage, I think, for this development. But no trails are being proposed, and I'm sure that's a common issue that it's difficult to address, and I don't think we can expect to fix that in the scope of one particular planning application, but be welcome to have a conversation around that.
Thank you. So if the applicant is here and wishes to address that later, but the answer to your question is any movement from the visiting population to the particular environment onto your property would constitute a trespass, but it would be unfortunate that you would have to be constantly chasing people off your property, so that we hope that that doesn't happen. But if it does, it's a civil matter, I'm afraid, and not a matter that this particular organization, the Municipality of Kings, can control any more than it can if someone's staying at the Old O and wanders off onto the adjacent property. But I would invite the applicant, if they're here, to address that when they have an opportunity to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this particular application? No one else? Does the applicant wish to speak to the applicant? Is the applicant here? Do you know? You don't believe he is. Okay. So I'd invite you on that last question to raise it specifically and directly with the proponent. Okay. Seeing no other persons wishing to speak on this application, and the applicant not being here to address the application, give any further edification, then I'm declaring the public hearing closed on this particular matter, and I thank Mr. Fredericks for his presentation. The next item for public hearing is an application to enter into a development agreement at 34 Sun Valley Drive in Aylesford, and that file will be handled by Ms. Laura Mosier in presentation. Ms. Mosier, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an application for a development agreement to permit a change of use in a non-conforming use at the property located at 34 Sun Valley Drive. So in terms of background and proposal, Mr. David Ernst of Terra Beata Farms Limited currently owns the entirety of the property at 34 Sun Valley Drive. The property has traditionally been operated as a cranberry farm, and Mr. Ernst purchased it for that purpose in 2019. There is an additional building on the property that Mr. Ernst does not need for his operation that was formerly used to process cranberries off the farm, but he is looking to disperse that building as he does not need it. He has found a potential buyer who is looking to use the building for warehousing. The application is, or the subject property is located in Aylesford East in the west end of Kings County, as indicated by the red circle on your screen. The property is quite large. It is outlined in blue on the map above. It is currently 223 acres in size, but the development agreement only is intended to cover off 7.5 acres. You may wonder why the lot is shaped this way. It is quite an odd shape, but it has undergone several consolidations over the years as the original owners expanded the cranberry farm over time. So this is a closer look at the aerial at the northern end of the subject property and outlines the area over which the development agreement would be applied, outlined in red. So you can see that there is a building located here. It is quite a large building, and that would be used for the warehousing use. The subject property is located in 2 zones. It's located in the rural mixed use or A2 zone and the O1 zone. There would be no additional construction permitted in the O1, as this is generally understood to have environmental constraints. In this location, the constraint would be that this is located within a floodplain. You can see in this map the property is outlined in orange, and you may notice that it does not actually have direct access to Highway 1. Sun Valley Drive is not a public road, so this property does not have public road frontage, and that's what makes this use a non-conforming use. This is a copy of the site plan for the development agreement. It shows the existing building. There is another smaller building located at the bottom of the site, and it is labeled as to be removed. It's a fabric covered structure. I've got a photo of it in the next slide. So on the left is the temporary structure that's to be removed, and on the right is the building that is intended to stay. Staff did hold a public information meeting at the Aylesford District Fire Hall on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. We notified 23 property owners within 500 feet of the subject property, and we advertised in the newspaper. We did not receive any comments from the public on this application. In terms of policy governing the ability to enter into a development agreement, we look to Section 3.0, which is our general section of the municipal planning strategy and covers off general matters that may be relevant in all land use designations. So non-conforming uses certainly fall within that purview. And just by way of a little bit of background on a non-conforming use, a non-conforming use of land is one that at one time was legally permitted and was legal at the time of development, but through some action of the municipality, typically it's when new planning documents are adopted or substantial reviews of existing planning documents occurs, something may happen where the use becomes no longer permitted. It is allowed to continue operation in perpetuity provided it does not stop. And as a result, it does have some additional considerations, including a change of use. So the policy that we would use to enter into this development agreement reads that council shall consider only by development agreement a change in a non-conforming use of land or non-conforming use in a structure to use similar in nature that is not permitted in the zone. So the building was used for storage in the past, storage specifically of cranberries, and now it will still be used for storage. It just will not be storing farm products. It will be storing something else. So in evaluating such development agreements, council shall be satisfied that the use will not adversely affect adjacent uses, and we certainly don't expect that to occur since the use is similar in nature, that adequate buffering, setback, or separation distances are maintained to reduce visual and other impacts on surrounding uses. So we don't expect there to be any visual impacts since the building is set to be unchanged. And in terms of buffering or setbacks, we did see that it is quite a distance off the road and surrounding uses, so we're not concerned in that regard either. Subsection C states that council shall be satisfied that the new use is not obnoxious by virtue of noise, odor, dust, vibration, smoke, or other emissions. And in this case, we generally expect to have noise, odor, dust, vibration from farming activities, so this use would likely be less obnoxious than your typical farming operation. Council shall also be satisfied that adequate provision is made for the acceptable maintenance and appearance of the expansion. So this is not an expansion, but similar to most of our development agreements, we do have language in there requiring that the owner keeps the property in a tidy appearance. And subsection E indicates that council shall be satisfied that the proposal meets the general development agreement criteria, and we'll go over that in a moment. So we find the general criteria in section 5.3.7 of the MPS, and it indicates that the council shall be satisfied that the proposal is in keeping with the intent of the MPS, including vision statements, relevant goals, objectives, and policies, and staff are satisfied that it is in keeping with the intent of the municipal planning strategy. Council is also to be satisfied that it's not in conflict with any municipal or provincial programs, bylaws, regulations, and we are satisfied that it is not in conflict with those either. Council is also intended to be satisfied that it's not premature or inappropriate due to costs to the municipality or any associated village. This will not require any additional costs at all. We are concerned about land use compatibility, and we did address that through the main enabling policy, so we're satisfied that that will not be an issue. We want to ensure the adequacy of school and community facilities, but this does not propose any residential uses, so that is not applicable. We are not concerned about any potential traffic hazards. We did consult with the Department of Public Works, and they did not have any concerns. We also consulted with local fire departments, and they were able to provide coverage to the new use. The proposal will be serviced by private water and sewer, so that's the responsibility of the owner. We don't expect there to be any additional flooding as a result of the use, since no new construction is proposed, so the existing condition would remain the same. This proposal is not near any well fields, so that's not a concern. And we don't expect any pollution to occur as a result, since again, no new construction is proposed. This proposal will not have a negative impact on lake water quality, since it is not in proximity to a lake. And we don't expect it to have any impacts on neighboring farm operations, since it is a very similar use. And we are satisfied that the site is suitable given geological features, again, since no new construction is proposed. So the summary of the draft development agreement enables the use of an existing structure for warehouse uses, which is not permitted in the agricultural zone, or sorry, the rural mixed use zone, my apologies. So within our development agreement process, we held our public information meeting. It was not virtual, my apologies, that was in person. We brought the application to Planning Advisory Committee on October 11th, where it received a positive recommendation, and again to Council on November 1st, where it also received a positive recommendation to authorize this public hearing. We did notify properties within 500 feet and advertised this meeting twice in the newspaper. With that, all statutory requirements have been met. We did not receive any correspondence from the public regarding this application. And with that, I would pass it back to the Mayor for comments from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Any questions of clarification of Ms. Mosier by any member of council? One question, Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification. Did I hear that it's in an environmentally floodplain area?
A portion of the area covered by the development agreement is located in the environmental constraints zone, but no new construction is proposed, so there wouldn't be any additional construction in the floodplain.
I'm just looking at exposure to the municipality if we go ahead with a project on a flood zone, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the response is that the O1, we would not permit any construction on the O1 section of the property. Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to our presenter. I'm always often intrigued by the vehicles that we choose, and I've been around a long time. I generally know, but sometimes I wonder, do I understand properly? We chose to do this one by development agreement. Was there an option to accomplish the same thing by rezoning?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. I'm sorry, that feedback threw me off for a sec. There was no rezoning opportunity. We don't allow for the rezoning out of the environmental constraint zone, firstly. And there's not a specific zone that addresses the reuse of non-conforming buildings. These have to happen, or non-conforming uses rather, these have to happen by development agreement.
Thank you, Laura. It is a complex framework that we work within, and sometimes I'm not totally clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of clarification? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to comment on this application? I pause for time for people my age to get their legs under them, and I see no one doing it, so there's no public input. Is the applicant present in the room, and if so, do they wish to comment? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, then, having heard the presentation from staff, the questions of clarification being answered, and there being no questions from the public or a representation by the applicant, I declare the public hearing closed on this particular application. And we will go on to item C. Thank you, Ms. Mosier, but I think you're staying around for the next one. An application to rezone property at 1299 Ridge Road, Wolfville. And Ms. Mosier, when you're ready, you just go ahead and present, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the Mayor indicated, this is an application for a rezoning. It seeks to rezone a portion of the property located at 1299 Ridge Road in Wolfville Ridge from the rural mixed-use A2 zone to the rural commercial C4 zone. The proposal was received from Travis Mills. He submitted an application to rezone a portion of the property. The subject property has a total lot area of 11.42 acres, of which 4.5 is the subject of this application, which is Mr. Mills is seeking to rezone the 4.5 acres at the very front of the property. The property is currently occupied by a very large barn, and the applicant has indicated he would like to use that barn for construction material storage and office space for his business. By way of background, a company partly in ownership of Mr. Mills acquired the subject property in October of 2021, and in May 2022, the property was transferred entirely to Mr. Mills. As I mentioned, the property is occupied by a very large building, a building having 16,000 square feet of area, and it was originally used as a horse barn, and it's our understanding that there was at one time commercial horseback riding lessons offered on the property. The building also contained 3 residential units, and in December of 2021, a permit application was received to renovate the existing building and 2 of the residential apartments. However, over the course of those renovations, the 2 residential apartments were decommissioned. So there are no longer residential uses within the building. We did do some public consultation on this application. 36 owners within 500 feet of the subject property were notified of a public information meeting. This was held on July 21st at the Horton Community Center. And the presentation was following the meeting, although there were some technical difficulties at the meeting, so we were not able to record the presentation at that time. It was re-recorded the following day and posted to the municipal website, and it is still available for viewing at this time. Public information meeting was also advertised in the newspaper on July 12th. Staff did receive significant public feedback related to this application. I believe that probably forms the bulk of the mayor's agenda package that he held up. And this was all of the correspondence received up to Planning Advisory Committee was included in the Planning Advisory Report. And we did receive several pieces of correspondence in advance of this meeting, and all of that has been forwarded to council in advance. The subject property is in Wolfville Ridge, that is just south of Wolfville on the other side of Highway 101. This is an aerial photo of the property. On this property, you can see the very large barn that is located here. You can also see the surrounding area, which is made up of a mix of residential uses and some agricultural uses, particularly south of Ridge Road. One thing that strikes me in this area is that you see a very fine-grained lot fabric. So you see houses on somewhat smaller lots than you would typically expect to see in the agricultural area. By way of a little bit of history, this area is a former hamlet. It was a hamlet in our previous planning documents, and these areas were classified as small clusters of somewhat more intense development in our rural areas. We did have many hamlets throughout the municipality. Typically you see them at the crossroads in our rural areas. You'll see pockets of, residential development on smaller lots, maybe a little bit of commercial or even a bit of industrial development. So the subject property has 380 feet of road frontage and again is 11.42 acres in size. So this is the, I thought I'd show another zoning map to show the full extent of the former hamlet. So we see that the subject property is located entirely within the rural mixed use or A2 zone, as is the rest of the former hamlet. So all of our former hamlets got rural mixed use or A2 zoning applied. And this was in recognition of the history of the area as hamlets. Many of these lots would be similar to our last application, would maybe be non-conforming under if alternate zoning had been placed, and may even be undersized now based on the requirements of the A2 zone. Within the hamlet of Wolfville Ridge, we do see one C4 zone already. And there's actually, I don't know how well you can see it on the screen, but there is hatching applied to this property as well. This property, this hatching indicates that there is a development agreement on this property, and that was entered into in 2011 to enable the development of a 3-unit apartment building. But the underlying zone at that time was C10, or our hamlet commercial zone, and those uses have been retained. So essentially, that property is also located in the C4 zone. Slightly different list of permitted uses, but very similar. This is a photo of the barn prior to renovations. As you can see, it is looking a little old and maybe a little tired. Could use a new roof. So the applicant did apply to do some renovations. My understanding is the renovations are complete now, and it does look quite a bit better. So again, it is within the A2 zone. However, not the entirety of the property is proposed to be rezoned. The application was to rezone the bottom bit, which I've highlighted. It is within the agricultural designation, so we would look to those policies in order to sort out which policies we need to contemplate this application. So when we go through our planning applications, in the case of a development agreement, we often remind you, what is a development agreement? How does it happen? How can we consider it? What do we use to assess it? But we very rarely do that for rezoning. So I thought, given the interest in this application, this one might be a good teaching case. So under the Municipal Government Act, the Municipal Government Act establishes municipalities as the authorities having jurisdiction over planning matters. It also sets up the framework in which municipalities can practice land use planning, and by way of guidance, it provides us with statements of provincial interest. There are currently 5 statements of provincial interest, and they relate to housing, infrastructure, flooding, drinking water, and agriculture. And these are the opinion statements of the province in terms of what they believe is important for municipalities to consider when drafting planning documents. It should be noted that sometimes these statements of provincial interest come into conflict with each other. In that case, the province provides guidance indicating that it's up to council to balance the intent of all of the statements when contemplating mainly drafting planning documents, but also when making decisions related to planning applications. So Section 212 of the Municipal Government Act enables council to adopt a municipal planning strategy and also indicates that its purpose is to provide statements of policy to guide the development and management of the municipality. Section 214 indicates that it must be reasonably consistent with the statements of provincial interest. But who determines that? The province is responsible for approving planning documents, and one of their main focuses when reviewing planning documents is whether or not it is consistent with the statement of provincial interest. If the province approves a set of planning documents, it's safe to assume that they believe it is consistent with the statements of provincial interest. Where a council adopts a municipal planning strategy, it must also adopt a land use bylaw. The reason for this is that the municipal planning strategy is not a document that we enforce from or that we regulate through. We use the municipal planning strategy to set the goals and objectives and policies through which we can achieve those, but the nitty-gritty falls to the land use bylaw. The setbacks, the frontage, the uses, those are all specified in the land use bylaw. And Section 208 of the Municipal Government Act outlines that the approval of planning documents is through the province, through the Provincial Director of Planning and the Minister of Municipal Affairs. With regard to the land use bylaw, the Municipal Government Act says that council may amend a land use bylaw in accordance with the policies contained in its municipal planning strategy. So what does that mean? What that means is that the ability to amend the bylaw must be specified within the municipal planning strategy. It also must include the criteria that council is to use when assessing applications, which zones can be considered, and which areas of the municipality can be considered as well. These all must be stated in the municipal planning strategy. All decisions of council that serve to amend the land use bylaw can be appealed to the Utility and Review Board, but it's important to remember that the onus is on the appellants to prove that council's decision does not reasonably carry out the policies of the municipal planning strategy. So with specific regard to our planning documents, within the Municipal Government Act, there's significant leniency on how municipalities can draft their planning documents. So if you go to any other municipality, you will not find the same policies as you might find in Kings County. In our planning documents, we establish broad land use designations within the municipal planning strategy. So these would be residential, commercial, agricultural, resource, etc. And then within each designation, we enable multiple zones. Each of the zones are different. They contain different permitted uses. They're intended to accomplish different things, and they tend to have different regulations across the zones. So when we look to our municipal planning strategy, Policy 5.3.3 enables council to consider rezonings. And it specifically says that council shall consider amendments to any one of the zoning maps of the land use bylaw, provided the application is for a specific development and is to rezone land to another zone enabled within the same designation. So we would look to the municipal planning strategy and the agricultural designation, because this property is in the agricultural designation, and we would look to see which zones were available for consideration for a rezoning. And in policy 3.4.3, we see that council shall permit within the agricultural designation the rural commercial zone, as provided for in policy 2.2.2. So when we go to policy 2.2.2, it says that council shall establish and enable the following rural zones common to the agricultural and resource designations in the land use bylaw. And subsection A says the rural commercial or C4 zone, which indicates that land zoned for commercial uses serving rural industries, visitors, and residents to locate and expand in rural communities. So it's important to note that council did not pre-zone any lands C4 when they adopted the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw in 2019. So any time a rural commercial zone is needed to enable a particular development, the municipality will receive an application to contemplate that. There have been, so all this to say that there's not a wealth of C4 zoning out there on vacant pieces of land just waiting for an individual to come along and build something. There have been comments from the public that the use proposed would be better suited for an industrial park within a growth center. But one of the defining features of our growth centers is the provision of municipal services, particularly sewer and sometimes municipal or village water. One of the determining factors in identifying appropriate uses for rural areas also took into account whether or not such uses would contribute to the efficient use of municipal services. The large-scale storage of building materials associated with a building and construction contractor's use does not necessarily require municipal services, and as a result does not contribute to the efficient operation of municipal services. So this is sort of where council needs to balance those statements of provincial interest, the statement of provincial interest related to infrastructure, but also the statement of provincial interest related to agriculture. Our policies indicate that while this is within the agricultural designation, council can certainly consider applying a C4 zone to a given property. Sorry, I skipped a slide there. Yeah. So when we look further into section 2.2 of the municipal planning strategy, which relates to rural areas, it indicates that council shall consider proposals to rezone lands within the agricultural designation or resource designation from any other zone, except lands within the agricultural or A1 zone. So we don't permit the rezoning of A1 lands to the rural commercial or C4 zone. In evaluating such proposals, council shall be satisfied that the proposal A limits the rezoning to the size reasonably required to accommodate the proposal. So this is why we're only contemplating rezoning a portion of the property. The use does not require all 11 and almost a half acre to operate. So we have only contemplated rezoning 4.5 acres. And B meets any specific rezoning criteria in the designation applicable to the lot. For the agricultural designation, the criteria are in section 3.4. So if we go to section 3.4, it provides even additional guidance for council when considering such a rezoning. So council shall consider rezoning from the rural mixed use zone to the rural industrial or rural commercial zone. In considering such amendments, council shall be satisfied that the application only applies to land that has not been in recent agricultural production, as determined through a review of diverse information sources, including but not limited to Schedule F land cover map. So Schedule F is a map that was made using LIDAR, which is a method that sort of assesses, it can assess a lot of different things. It can assess topography, but it can also assess land use. And this map was created in an attempt to identify lands that were under agricultural production in 2012. You may recall we did amend this section fairly recently because we found that sometimes the land cover map may be misclassified lands, or given the date that it was done, 2012, so 10 years, that it may not actually capture lands that have been brought into cultivation since that time. So we've added some additional considerations, but let's take a look at Schedule F first. So on Schedule F, I've overlaid it onto the zoning map. All the areas that were identified as being in active cultivation in 2012 are in green. So you may notice something based on the area that's to be rezoned, and that is the area outside of the green. So any area that was in green is not proposed to be rezoned. Subsection B includes an assessment of aerial photography. Staff did not find any recent evidence of farming occurring on the property. Assessment information, we did not find anything in the assessment that indicated it was under significant agricultural production. Local knowledge was how we found out about the commercial riding lessons and any other relevant sources that become available, of which we were not made aware of any other relevant sources. Subsection B of that same section indicates that the council shall be satisfied that the proposal does not rezone more land than required. I believe we've gone over this twice already, so I'm not going to delve into it too deeply, but will not create undue conflict with nearby agricultural or rural residents. So we looked at the aerial photo. The barn is located to one resident, located in proximity to one resident who has expressed their support for the application. The applicant lives on the other side of the barn, so we're not expecting there to be any conflict generated in that regard. And the agricultural uses on the south side of Ridge Road are not directly adjacent, and we don't have any reason to believe that they would negatively be affected by the activity occurring on the subject property. And we would like to be satisfied that the proposal meets the general criteria. I'm sorry, that was for a previous subsection. So our general criteria is found in section 5.3.7, and we did go over this just a few minutes ago, but we'll go over it again. So we would like to be satisfied that the proposal is in keeping with the intent of the MPS, including the vision statements, relevant goals, objectives, and policies, and any applicable goals, objectives, and policies contained within a secondary plan. So there is no secondary plan for this area. But in terms of the goals, objectives, and policies, when we look at the agricultural objectives, we see that we're intending to reduce fragmentation of farmland that limits future agricultural expansion. So we did talk about the area, we did talk about the fine grained nature of the lot fabric, and how there are significant residential uses around. This does not propose to subdivide the property, so it will not fragment farmland. I should also note that the C4 zone does permit agricultural uses, so this rezoning would not preclude any farming from occurring on that property. It could continue to be farmed, the areas which are not being used for the proposed use. I would also point out that no additional construction is proposed at this time, so we don't expect there to actually be a loss of farmland on the property. Within our rural objectives, we're meant to foster industry that increases the viability of and supports rural businesses. So this business is owned by someone who lives in a rural area, and it would be operating in a rural area. We do see construction in our rural areas on a fairly regular basis. So I don't know that this use could be classified as being specifically urban or rural. It's just something that happens everywhere. From an economic perspective, we're meant to sustain the municipality's diverse economic base and encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. The proponent of this application is an entrepreneur and runs his own business developing housing. Another economic development objective indicates that we're meant to cultivate a resilient economy supporting business development while maintaining environmental awareness. So there is no new construction, so this is the reutilization of an existing structure, thereby not occupying any additional land. When we look at subsection B, that the proposal is not in conflict with any municipal or provincial programs, bylaws, or regulations, and we're not aware that it is in conflict with any of these. The proposal is intended to not be premature or inappropriate due to costs for the municipality or village. This would not result in any additional costs. We do believe that this would be compatible with surrounding land uses. We have discussed this before, but there is significant setback between the existing building and surrounding uses, including agricultural uses. The proposal does not propose any residential uses, so we're not concerned with school or community facility usage. With regard to the creation of traffic hazards or congestion, we did hear from the public quite significantly in this regard. However, when we did consult with the Department of Public Works, they did not express any concerns, and in fact, a commercial access permit has been issued for the use to the applicant. We did consult with our local fire departments, and they did not indicate any concerns with providing coverage to this property. The proposal is not on municipal water or sewer services. It would all be private, so we're not concerned in that regard. And similarly with the previous application, no new construction is proposed at this time, so we don't expect there to be negative impacts on well fields or pollution or any potential for creating flooding or drainage problems. Similarly, it is not near a lake, so we do not expect any negative lake water quality problems. And we did discuss impacts on neighboring farm operations, and given the distance away from the subject property, activity on the subject property should not inhibit any local farming activity. And in terms of grade, soils, and geologic conditions, we do believe the site is suitable as well. In terms of our process, we did notify 35 property owners of this application within 500 feet. They were invited to the public information meeting and were again invited to this public hearing. The application was also this public hearing rather, was advertised twice in the local newspaper on November 22nd and on November 29th. All of the statutory requirements related to this application have been met, and I would pass it back to the mayor for comments from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Any questions of clarification from any member of council for the presenter? Seeing none, any member of the public who wishes to speak, you can line up at the mic or come one at a time, but just I'll turn your microphone on and you can identify yourself. Just before you start, a couple of lights have come on here that I need to attend to. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that a number of members of the public have asked to be put on a priority speakers list.
Yes.
Those names are listed on your agenda, so we should probably start with those.
Those of you that are on the list should be thankful to the clerk. She's looking out for you. And to the CAO who just passed me the list. But I did have a question also of clarification before you start, coming from one of the councillors, Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Mosier. I'm wondering, I know this file has been in the hands of a number of staff in the planning department. How many staff has this gone through? I know there's a change halfway through this file, and was there another, how many planning staff were involved in this file?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hurdle. So I am the third planner on this file. The other two planners are no longer with the municipality, so that makes it somewhat difficult for them to finish it out.
Is that it, Councillor Hurdle?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my priority list, if you folks would be so kind as to follow it, Sharon Atwell, Andrea Wiley will be after you, okay. Saji Zadi, have I got that right? Saji? Almost. Well, you'll straighten me out. People do that to my name too. I apologize. So when you come forward, you're third on the list, and then Maria Palaska. Is Maria here? Yes, you'll be fourth. And Michelle Mailman, is she here? Yes, will be fifth. And Jill Hiscock, Jill here, will be sixth. And then all others can line up behind those additional speakers. So firstly then, Ms. Atwell, if you would identify yourself for the record and your place of residence, and just tip the mic down toward you a bit there. Okay.
1235 Ridge Road. This is my husband. He lives at the same address. And this is my brother-in-law, Brian Atwell, and he does border the property in question on the east side. I border Travis's house, which I consider it now one property, on the west.
Okay, are you speaking for all three?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And forgive me first off. Sorry?
I'm just wondering if you could bring the mic down.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm not a good public speaker, and I'm absolutely terrified.
It's neither one is necessary in this room.
Okay.
Pretend we're all sitting in your kitchen.
Oh, okay. I've been given.
You don't want that. Okay. Go ahead.
Well,
please.
not today, anyway. And I'm just going to begin. And bear with me as I get through this, because I am nervous. Today I will speak on simple things about what is in my heart. I understand that much of it may sound a bit like Aesop's fables, but I do hope that you will recognize the wisdom in these words. I would like to begin by sharing a story that I feel is illustrating a point that is relevant to the situation. Rabbi Shimon was teaching about a group of people who were traveling in a boat. One of them took a tool and began to drill a hole beneath himself. His companions said to him, "Why are you doing this?" The man replied, "Why are you concerned about it? I'm not drilling under you. I'm drilling under my own place." They said to him, "But you will flood the boat for all of us." Imagine being a passenger on this boat, and one person, without concern for you or others, jeopardizes your safety and feelings of security. The person drilling a hole in the boat may have a valid reason for doing so. Perhaps they want to fish because they're hungry, they may want to use the water to bathe with, or they just want a drink of water. However, no matter how rational the reason, drilling a hole in a boat to fulfill the desires of just one individual jeopardizes everyone's life and comfort. The story warns of a destructive power of letting selfish desires overtake all other considerations. Everyone on the boat needs to work together. To ensure this type of behavior doesn't continue, the man drilling the hole is only concerned with his own desires. But it is equally dangerous to be the kind of person who doesn't know or doesn't care what happens. If the boat sinks, it is the responsibility of the driller. But as well, this responsibility falls on the shoulders of others who don't convince him to stop. I will now move to a different time and place, and I want to tell you about my grandparents. They were hardworking people. They and their parents and siblings lived through the influenza and TB epidemic, the First and Second World Wars, and the Depression. They knew and understood what it meant to struggle for food and work. Despite all of this, they managed by collectively relying on each other to survive well enough to keep their houses warm and their families fed. Avoiding the constant threat of being brought to the almshouse, and for those who remember what those are, and being separated. Even by the time I came along, despite a whole generation now had passed, they never earned enough dependable cash money to qualify in today's terminology as a living wage. You have my water? He's my right-hand man, sorry. Thanks. I recall being sat on top of a large truck full of gleaned potatoes at an early age. This kept me busy and out of the way while my great-uncles bagged and separated for their individual families. The generosity of those farmers was how many families survived winters, including my own family. Some farmers in this valley still carry on some of these forms of traditions today. Even though we lived in the town limits of Wolfville, we had pigs and a goat, and we grew a lot of our own vegetables. The land lots were very small, but again, collectively, they shared the space and the harvest that these small home gardens provided, and those little gardens met much of our needs. This is like how many in our small communities, including the community of Wolfville Ridge, continues to share today. My memories also include my grandfather teaching me to plant 3 seeds for each one that we hoped would grow. The first for Mother Nature because she was an unpredictable lady. The second for birds because they had to eat as well. And the third one was for us. The actual lessons that my grandfather was teaching me was to plan, be prepared for the unpredictable, and to become self-reliant. He was also teaching me that we should value all living creatures, human and otherwise, showing me by example that no matter how little we had, we could work and try to make life better for ourselves, and that there was a lot we could do with what others may think was a small, worthless piece of dirt. Sorry, won't separate. Turning now to my own personal life at the age of 21, my husband and I built our first house, planted 20 fruit trees and a large vegetable and herb garden on Gaspereau Mountain on only 1 acre of land. I had taken my grandfather's lessons and put them into practice, and I had also begun to meet with the first committees to begin what is now the Wolfville Farmers Market. In every place we have ever owned, we have always improved the property or the land. We have also shared the produce from our garden with others, as well as the land with local farmers for hay or silage, and we are still doing that. Part of our current property is being farmed by the Keeney Farms. When we moved on to where we are now, the Ridge, we chose to build a house with a simple design with many windows, ensuring that we could enjoy the full view of what was growing in the fields, the horses, and the wildlife, and all the beauty of the changing seasons. This home is also built for wheelchair access and easily convertible access with materials that were sensitive to environmental concerns. Our home on the Ridge was to be my thin space, an old Irish term used to describe a place where earth is closer to heaven, a place where you can go and be closer to God, and where the physical distance between you and God is less. With the recent change in ownership of the barn, that has begun to wane, and the plan of staying here for the rest of our lives is being rethought. While watching them hay this year, instead of horses in the background, my view transitioned into an 18-wheel transfer truck. I cannot find the words to express sadness that I felt. My heart felt like it was being pulled down like an anchor. Seeing this also invoked the memory of a childhood lesson from school, one where you were asked to circle the picture of the thing that did not belong here. The house, the property, and my community are home. It is the fulfillment of not only my husband and mine lifetime of effort, but also his parents' and family's lifetime of efforts, the sacrifices they made because this land of ours that belongs to us now was a gift from them. We do not have the time to replace all of our gardens or trees and see them grow to produce all the things we now receive from them. We could never build a fence or grow a hedge in time to protect us enough to keep the light, noise, and sights and containers and the inevitable appearances and changes of what such a business like this will bring to our day-to-day lives. It feels like we no longer can make this decision based on our own choices, and that ability is being removed from us, and that we are now required to base our decision on other people's choices, people such as yourselves, and a single business owner. This is indeed frustrating, discouraging, and at times even can bring brief moments of anger. But this is where we are today. All of you will get to decide for all of us. You will make a choice that will permanently change us one way or another. It already has. This summer, we have come together like never before in the common goal of keeping the soul of our community as an agriculturally based place to live. A rural community with a strong sense of self-recognition, united with its own identity, and one that does not see itself as a convenient extension of the town of Wolfville. I would like to conclude with a paraphrase from a small passage of a book by Thomas More. He is an author, a psychologist, a theologian with degrees in music and philosophy. The book is entitled Care of the Soul. The goal of the soul is a rich and elaborate life, connected to community and nature, a life woven into the culture of family, country, and the world. The idea is not to be superficially adjusted, but to be profoundly connected in the heart to past generations, living brothers and sisters in all the many communities that claim our hearts. The community of Wolfville Ridge has claimed all of ours.
Thank you, Ms. Atwell. I also feel like applauding, but I'm not going to, and I'd have preferred if you didn't as well. It's, because that will lead to disapproval of some of the comments that might be made, and I wouldn't want to see disapproval exhibited either. So if you'd please be respectful in that regard, I'd appreciate it. Ms. Weil, and help me with all these names.
I will. I also have a presentation, a slide presentation. Thank you.
Yep, see how magic that is.
It is.
So would you just tell us your name?
My
and your
name
place?
is Good evening, Mayor Mutard, councillors, Ridge neighbors, and audience. My name is Andrea Schwenke-Weil. I am a first-generation settler and a grandmother living at 986 Ridge Road since 2000, and I want the lands to remain all agricultural. Is this going to work? It's not going to work. Can you help me? Well, it's not working up there, and now my time is off.
Can you advance it, Laura?
I can, and it advances on my screen, but it does not.
Oh, I see. It's not advancing on this
All right,
screen.
well,
No, help is coming.
Sorry for the delay. I have all these pretty pictures you got to see. Okay.
There we go.
Go one more. There we go.
Okay.
I have lived in the hamlet of Wolfville Ridge longer than I have lived anywhere else in my life. I will always think of it as a hamlet, perhaps now more than ever as neighbors have come together for the common purpose of speaking up for what matters to most of us. I walk the road almost daily. I love my little property, the trees, the fruit bushes, the many creatures. I acknowledge and appreciate that I live on unceded Mi'kmaq lands and practice awareness of the 7 sacred teachings, which make more sense to me than endless talk of progress and growth that devour and despoil Mother Earth. My land may not be in so-called agricultural production, but many plants grow to nourish me and the wild creatures who live here. There we go. We would all do well to embrace the 7 sacred teachings as part of our friendship treaty responsibilities, which I learned about and took to heart in the process of attending and organizing several Indigenous events and spending time with Indigenous elders. The recent times of enforced isolation have made evident the human need for in-person connection and the integral nature of the greater web of life to our well-being. I ask council members to reflect on the values extolled by these teachings that show us how to act in a good way as parts of a larger living whole before they vote on this matter later tonight. Okay. Progress is a word whose meaning is not self-evident and not all good. There have been enormous costs to the supposed human betterment. Yeah, I'm one part. There we go. There have been enormous costs to the supposed human betterment because of human overreach and presumption. The notion that moving forward is always the best course of action is also erroneous. Sometimes the wisest course is to stand still or step aside. Life is more circular than linear, as the seasons show us repeatedly, regeneration in action. In this century, there has been endless talk of sustainability, another word that has become slippery, dubious, and insufficient. Sustainable aims to keep things going without overuse and depletion, but it keeps us trapped in a bad model based on progress that is ultimately degenerative. Good change is not always bigger, more technological, and a moneymaker. We are part of nature, not separate, not smarter, not better. Honest regeneration shows respect, humility, and wisdom. My home on Ridge Road is my sanctuary. It is far more than just a property and an investment. The wisdom of regenerative practices is that they look to the whole fabric of life and the whole picture of local environments. That seems to be the missing piece in the PAC rezoning endorsement, which does not take into full account the concerns of current and future residents. The growth we want to see is in real, local, good food. The Annapolis Valley could once again feed far more people than it does now if we act in ways that serve the land, water, air, and all their creatures. As I detailed in my October 11th letter to the PAC, questioning many aspects of their report on the Ridge Road rezoning application, and will highlight in the next few minutes, the PAC report is full of short-sighted and illogical reasoning on why it is no big deal to switch A2 zoning to C4. They tell us we are afraid of change. We know change is inevitable, but we also have to be observant and choose the changes that serve our community best, given the available information. The world has changed all around us, and we can see more trouble coming. We recognize that living is a journey of transition, and we honor and embrace the process of living in balance with nature and all other beings respectfully and humbly. A commercial zoning is not a good fit on Ridge Road because it will quell the beauty of life we want. On the following slides, I provide excerpts of the PAC staff report, which I won't read out, and my comments and queries. No land is vacant. There is life everywhere. Vacant is a misleading word. There are all kinds of plant, insect, and animal life on that land. Presumably, vacant means there are no other buildings. The existing structure is a livestock barn, formerly used as a riding barn, and I just learned as a fox farm before that. It was recently purchased and renovated, but looking good is not reason to rezone. Agricultural production is not needed for wild food to grow, so the lack of human production is not a sound reason to decommission agricultural zones. A2 mixed agricultural allows for many options, none of which were intended by the applicant, as clearly stated by the goal of creating storage and office space for a construction business. This fact raises a basic question. The building permit was granted to renovate a livestock barn, not a construction business. If the intention was to renovate for a non-A2 zone use, should not the rezoning have come first? Why does PAC staff downplay agriculture? Both land use bylaws describing A2 and A1 land clearly state, in the event of a conflict between agricultural use and non-agricultural use, the agricultural use shall take priority. Likewise, the MPS states the need to identify and continue to protect agricultural land. In corresponding with Joe Lilly and Laura Mosier, we were given to understand that staff basically had no choice but to allow this rezoning due to policy. And yet, we were also told that each property rezoning is a separate case, so that we are silly to fear a slippery slope effect, where one rezoning will open the door to others. There are clear policies listed for preserving agricultural land, thanks to years of work by council and activism by No Farms, No Food, notably the MPS Rural and Natural Area Priorities. 1, retain the rural character of all areas other than growth centers. 2, identify, minimize, and mitigate negative impacts to sensitive natural features, resources, and vistas. And 3, manage the sustainable development of natural resources. And yet, here we are again with many communities at the risk of losing agricultural land. The policy problem is this. If land has been deemed viable for agriculture, you should protect it, not annul that zoning just because it has not been used as such for a time. My dismay comes from planning's seeming inability to appreciate the vital value of agricultural land and the urgent need to protect what little agricultural land remains. Changing any portion of an agricultural lot to any type of commercial zoning effectively removes that land from future agricultural production. Common sense says that the potential for agricultural use remains as long as the zoning is agricultural. We need more agricultural land, not less, and more gardens everywhere for self-sustenance. There are already enough spaces for commercial uses available in areas designated for such purposes. If the uses presently permitted under A2 were so similar to those permitted under C4, there wouldn't be two separate zones. A proposal is just an idea, a tentative plan. A proposal is a means to an end. It is up to PAC and County Council to look ahead to the future, ideally for 7 generations, as the Mi'kmaq teach us, and as our own MPS Bylaw 105 states. So please follow it. C4 zoning opens the floodgates to non-agricultural uses. Ridge residents who aren't at risk of compromising their businesses by speaking out want to maintain the integrity of their agricultural neighborhood. Remember that that the proposal sounds low impact, but the C4 zoning allows for all manner of activity not outlined in the proposal. Even if the current intentions are not to take advantage of the full C4 possibilities, that does not prevent them from becoming a reality after the rezoning. Truck traffic this summer has given residents enough of a taste of the likely future if the rezoning goes ahead. Not all hamlets contain commercial or industrial elements, nor do or did they have services. Wolfville Ridge is not like Greenwich or South Berwick. The commercial area of Wolfville is on Main Street, farthest from the ridge, unlike Greenwich, which is sandwiched between rapidly expanding Wolfville and New Minas. We live on agricultural lands. We value and support local food sources and the effort required to produce it, even if some of us only grow a bit for ourselves. We do not agree that commercial zoning could be less impactful or that it is compatible. The reasoning provided throughout this entire section of the report endorsing the rezoning is not convincing. Rezoning will be detrimental with a cascading effect on surrounding lands. Finally, I repeat my question. How is such rezoning consistent with the explicit goal of preserving agricultural land? To a great many Ridge Road residents, fertile soil is of enormous value, and that is why we are sticking our necks out to preserve agricultural zoning. All things are connected, and Sitnogama, all my relations.
Thank you, Ms. Weil. And thank everyone for not applauding or booing or whatever your feelings are. That brings us to Saji Zaidi.
That was much better.
Was that better? You can fix it up for me.
I'll fix it for you.
Okay.
Thank you everybody for giving me the opportunity to speak. I don't have eloquent stories or PowerPoint presentations like my other neighbors or cohorts, you should say, in this effort do. But I wanted to take the time and just kind of point out a few things, but just a couple of things that I forgot. One is I forgot to tell you guys my residence. I think I'm supposed to do that.
And your name, please.
Shaji Zaidi.
Thank you.
And I live on 45 Woodman Road in Wolfville, and I'm looking to be able to move to my property on Ridge Road, which is 1270 Ridge Road. Both my wife and I own Wolf Ridge Vineyards on Ridge Road, which is across from the property in question. And along with, when I started to get involved in this back in October, November, I put together a letter that I addressed to Mr. Joe Lilly, who was the planner at that time. And then also I spoke with Mr. Peter Allen. We've had a couple of conversations, and I addressed it to you as well, Mr. Peter Matot. just outlining some of the things that I thought were not conducive to the municipal policies and the municipal strategic plan. And I'm hoping you take those into consideration when you're making those decisions. And in addition to that, what I also wanted to do was highlight two areas tonight. And I hope you take these into consideration as well when you're making a decision. The first is that the intent of the concerns that we're making as a community and a neighborhood is not to hinder progress. It is for us to make sure that progress is being made in the right way, and it's being made in the right way to respect the heritage of the land and the roots of the land. Both my wife and I moved here from British Columbia, and we specifically chose to find home in Wolfville Ridge because of the roots that it has in agriculture, and also because the reputation that is growing outside of Nova Scotia of this area as a grape-growing wine country, as a budding grape-growing wine country. And I think we need to do everything that we can to firstly preserve that heritage, and then also it would be short-sighted for us to start making decisions to start eroding that reputation that is starting to build outside, which is, I think, extremely beneficial for the economy and for the betterment of the community here. While I was doing research and I started to get involved in this, I started to look at some stats that were pretty shocking, and I'm going to just share a couple with you guys. According to Census of Agriculture back in 2021, they put some stats together and for the province of Ontario. On a daily basis, around 319 acres of agricultural land is lost to urbanization and commercialization. This amounts to 25,000 hectares of agricultural land that is converted to either commercial or urban or given to urbanization, which is just, it blew my mind when I looked at that stat. And then in the last 100 years, between the Atlantic province, and the province of Ontario and Quebec, 65% of agricultural land has been lost due to climate change, due to soil erosion and degradation, due to urbanization, and due to commercialization. And I'm hoping we make decisions here today which will prevent us from our community and our area to become part of those statistics. The second thing that I wanted to address was, as an investor and a business owner, I think it is our moral responsibility not just to look at the betterment of the business, but also to give back to the ecosystem and the community that is supporting our aspirations as a business. Both my wife and I have invested a considerable amount of money in Wolfville Ridge Vineyard. In fact, we've invested all of our life savings. And our aspiration there is to practice on organic vineyard. And in addition to that, what we're also doing is in support with RCMP and in support with our neighbors and our community, we're looking to clean up Style Park and bring it back to its original luster. We're also, like I told you, building a house on the land so we can live on the land and work the land and be part of the community. Now, we're doing all of this within the municipal policies and guidelines, but we're also doing this in respect to our neighbors and our really respecting the heritage of the agricultural land. Now, I'm going to give you an example. I don't know, call it an honor or call it a privilege to own one of the most iconic views in Annapolis Valley, if not in Nova Scotia. It is the view of Gaspro Valley that you see from Style Park. In fact, a local historian her name was Esther Wright. She had actually written about this view in some of our literary writings. And it would be easy for us. I mean, it would be an easy business decision for me to say. In fact, people have approached me already to start looking into building high-end visitor rental with views over there. And we're letting our moral compass make good business decisions to not do that. The zoning application that we have right now in front of us, I feel like it's contrary to how we're acting as investors and business owners. And I also think that the degradation that would happen with this will start to jeopardize my investment or our investment, right, me and my wife, and start to threaten the way we want to be able to live and our livelihood in this area. In conclusion, Andrea touched on it a little bit as well. What I'd like to say is this is not just a matter of us making a decision on usage of one property going from agricultural to commercial. There's a bigger picture here. And the decision that we make today will set precedents on how we treat agricultural land in future. And there's a danger here that once we decide on this, it will open up gates for other agricultural land to be converted into commercial. And I'm hoping you guys look at that and take that into consideration when you make that decision. And in doing so, I'm hoping that you prevent us from becoming part of those shocking statistics that I quoted you guys earlier. With that, I thank you for your time. And if anybody has any questions, or I'm happy to answer them.
Well, it's interesting that you should ask because a light just came on. So there's a question for you from Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned you're practicing with an organic vineyard. Are there certain environmental requirements and setbacks and distances that you need to achieve with your organic vineyard?
There aren't any setbacks or distances. I mean, those are within the land use bylaws. But organic vineyards definitely have very specific practices of not being able to, not using pesticides, for instance, and having other environmental considerations when you're doing farming. But it's mostly about being able to use organic, non-pesticides, not toxic materials to be able to do your farming.
In a hypothetical situation, say your immediate neighbor was using pesticides, would that inhibit your ability to be still qualifying as an organic?
It could, definitely. And that's one of the reasons I say, this sort of an activity opens up gates for other activities, and it can potentially threaten and jeopardize our investments that we're making, and potentially jeopardize our livelihood in the future to be successful in our business.
Does that respond, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zadie.
Okay.
Good luck with your operation.
Sorry, what was that?
Good luck with your enterprise.
Thank you so much.
And the next speaker on our agenda is Michelle Mailman.
I think it's Maria.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michelle. It is Maria. I ticked the wrong name here. Welcome. My apologies for making you turn around.
It's fine. Wasn't a long walk. Mr. Mayor, councillors, audience, I would like to do something maybe a little different. I don't know how many of you had actually had the opportunity to drive through our neighborhood. And Andrea has given you the highlights, and it is beautiful, but I also want to show you the actual drive. Let's see. Okay, this is going to work. So in particular, I'd like to focus on that. If you can see what Ridge Style Park is, there's a 90-degree bend right there.
And that is something I'd like to in particular draw your attention to because it's right next to the property in question.
I just want you to know that we have taken the trip.
Oh, you have?
Yes, we have.
Oh.
On your slides, if not in person.
Oh.
But we're happy to do it again.
Okay.
Please, go
Well,
ahead.
You'll do it with the audio of me now then. And this is like our little journey that I'd like to take you on our Ridge Road road trip here. And just to let you know, these are the kind of trucks that are allowed. And I will, on Ridge Road at the moment, and our understanding is there is going to be a lot more of them, potentially a lot more of them, which, other than being a threat to the trucks itself, as I'll show you, Andrea has also mentioned this, there are people walking this road every day. There's wildlife there that is still alive. We're thinking it might be less so once there are more trucks. And I was also told by my daughter, who is here in the audience today, that today is the anniversary of the Halifax explosion. She knows this, yay for public schools, I didn't. And when I told her why we're coming here today and why she gets to go to bed later, and I explained to her that if this comes through, there are going to be way more trucks going down Ridge Road, and she knows Ridge Road. I mean, this is every day, that's how she gets to school in the school bus. And her first thought was, Mama, you know how the Halifax explosion happened? Well, there's going to be a Ridge Road explosion if they let more trucks onto that road. And that is literally what my 7-year-old, who drives the road every day, told me this afternoon. And just to show you that again, here's that bend, that 90-degree bend, coming into it. And here's what happens when one of those big trucks, or whatever their proper name is, tries to take that bend. And unfortunately, you know, we're not professional photographers, none of us, and you will see the effects of that. But that truck took 10 minutes to take that bend, and it had to jackknife itself in order to achieve that. As you can see, the road itself is not in particularly fantastic condition. These are some of the other sites you will see already going down that road. This is without all the additional traffic that a C4 zoning for this property would include. This is a really poor picture, and I apologize, I am no photographer, but this is taken 2 days ago. This is a, maybe you really can't see that very well, but this is a car that went off the road at this particular bend, right next to the property in question. This is what I saw 2 days ago. My neighbors here in the audience, we all have stories of seeing this happen. Saji told me actually that he's seen, while he was working on his vineyard, he has seen multiple cars actually topple over onto the land. Sharon here has had to duck in a ditch in order to get away from a car that was coming off the road. This is already happening. A lot of these cars for now are the kind of smaller. This particular car was someone who really did not know Ridge Road very well, and it was a smaller passenger car. We are terrified of what's going to happen once there are more of the bigger trucks that are going to have a very hard time, we know already have a very hard time taking this bend. Here I'd just like to show you some more pictures of what this looks like now. This is taken right next to the property in question. It is just going to keep getting worse, and there are other people who live there and other people who walk there who will want to continue using this road. Just kind of feast your eyes on that. And just to finish off, Andrea has mentioned how we really ask you to think not just about our futures and 7 generations into the future. I'm going to ask you to think 10, 15 years into the future. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. This is maybe a good time to do that. Maria Pavlovska, 140 Maple Avenue, Wolfville. I live right around the bend from Ridge Road, coming towards exit 10. And right next to the East End development that's going to be happening in Wolfville in the next 10 to 15 years. Now, for them to get, the only way to get to that particular part of Ridge Road is either exit 10 or exit 11. And if they're going to want to get off Ridge Road, they will go down Maple. And Maple, Wolfville plans to put 1/3 of its current inhabitants on
on Maple Avenue, right here. All these trucks will be going down Maple where there are already kids playing and already people living. There will be literally thousands more of them in the coming, hopefully, decade or so. And so when planning for this C4 rezoning, with the thought, what we are all worried here a lot about, and this has been already said, is a domino effect, that this isn't going to be the one C4 zoning, it's going to be the first C4 zoning. And it affects how property is used, it affects the value of the properties around it. And in terms of that happening on Maple Avenue, we really worry about the traffic and about the kids and about what our lives are going to be like if these trucks keep barreling down our streets. Thank you for your attention. I think that's it.
Thank you for your presentation.
If anyone has any questions, I don't know if that's for
I'm
me.
glad you asked, because
Okay.
I failed to look at my screen.
Yes.
And Councillor Hurdle always has a question. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the presenter, the picture you showed was of a double trailer truck or long combination vehicle. Is that a specific truck that is traveling on that road that you've seen? Because I've not actually seen one of those on.
This is taken on Ridge Road. I mean, if it's okay, this is taken by Sharon from her house, which is right next to the property in question. This is meters, tens, well, maybe hundreds, but this is very, very close to the property in question. And this is how you get there. I mean, I know nothing about trucks. I know this thing is huge, and I know it shouldn't be there, and I'm pretty sure that's what the driver thought as well when he was taking his 10 minutes to take that bend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question is with respect to the corner where it's obviously prone to accidents. Has that been an issue that Department of Highways or whoever's I think it's Department of Highways, Public Works, have looked into? Have you it's obviously an issue regardless of whether truck traffic goes on the road or not. Is it a matter of concern that's been brought to the attention of Highways? And is there anything in the works to remedy that situation?
Thank you for your question. I have made innumerable phone calls asking just that question, including to the police, which resulted in me then getting a phone call from the RCMP in Ottawa, and that just gets your heart pounding, let me tell you, when they call you and they're telling you they're calling from the police in Ottawa. But what I was told is that someone put in a question about the number of accidents in general on Ridge Road, and I quote the nice man from Ottawa, who then told me that within weeks or months, the answer will be presented to you, to Kings County Council. And I'm guessing that hasn't happened. This phone call happened about 2-3 weeks ago, and apparently that wasn't enough time. But I also called the highway people, whatever that department is called, and they told me no upgrades are planned on this part of the road. They are aware of residents calling. No additional work is planned at the moment. There is nothing that he can tell me other than there will be some work on one of the exits, but nowhere near us. And so I tried calling the police. They said they couldn't tell me anything straight off the bat. I tried calling the fire department, and they were not very happy about my question. And I tried calling the province, and they had nothing to say either. But we have eyewitnesses, numerous eyewitnesses in this room. All of us, I can't speak for all of us. Many of us have seen these accidents happen. This is, you talk about the weather, and then you talk about, the car you've seen coming off the road, because that's how often these things happen. And it is quite scary already. And, the bigger the cars, the more the scary.
One supplementary.
Yeah, if we could try to keep it on the topic at hand as opposed to the traffic problems.
Maybe that's what I'm just taking off from her presentation. But you show a truck there. I take it trucks are visiting some people or businesses now. But has there been a truck accident on that corner?
I mean, I am not the police. I really don't feel comfortable answering that question. We tried to get the data to present it to you. We were not able to. I am not a big fan of using anecdotal evidence to make policy, but we were unable to get any other evidence to present to you here. Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I think the traffic issue is essential here. One of your slides that was shown by one of your employees said that whether...
I take your point. I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, okay. I really think it also says nearby neighbors. We are all nearby neighbors showing up here because we care so much, and we're, quite frankly, close to terrified of the traffic and what this is going to do to our lives and our livelihoods. So please, we really, I don't want to say beg of you, but there's so many of us in this room here. I mean, literally, my kid is not going to go to bed on time, and tomorrow morning will be a disaster. But I am still here because this is incredibly important. And she thinks this is important, and also later bedtime, but she literally thinks this is important, and she's 7. So we just really, really ask of you to think about that. There's a lot of us who really care that Ridge Road stays as it is.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And the people responsible for that road, as I call upon the next speaker, I want you to know is now called, it used to be called the Department of Transportation, and then it was called the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal, and I think they just keep changing offices and plates on the door. It's now called Public Works. And so the Department of Public Works for the province of Nova Scotia would be the people to speak to, and the more voices they hear from, the more likely they are to do something.
We did talk to them, but yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Millman, if you're ready. Whoever wishes to start.
Hello. First of all, my name is Georgiana Williams, and I'm one of the university students that lives in Ridge Road with Millman. And following the previous speaker, I also want to make the point that as a university student, I walk from Ridge Road all the way down to campus, and it is a dangerous act there, just as recently with the trucks, not only with that infrastructure, with the fact that Highland is still being built. So just that pathway alone is dangerous for me as a student that walks there, which follows on to the point I'm making, that the purpose is that as business owners, we expect that expansion and development are necessarily to build a fact, but it's when there's a displace of ambition, of not communicating properly and not actually making sure that the area that you're building and the area you're expanding coincides with the residents and the area that's already existing. We are not Greenwich. Our area doesn't have access route, whereas Greenwich, where you have from Wolfville to New Minas and Berwick, we only have that one access road, which is terribly dangerous to be agricultural. And we're not saying that a construction business is totally different from that of an agricultural business. Like, basically, we can't eat the cement block and the bulldozers. So we're saying that as a community, we have events and gatherings in that area where we strive to have local agricultural goods. We all, as Sharon is spec, I always get my fruits from her, from vegetables, just for that area alone. And we're not saying that we don't want that business, a type of business there. We're just saying that the construction portion of it, it needs to be coincide with the zone itself.
Okay, and I'm Michelle Millman, so I own the property at 1215 Ridge Road. We're just kind of sharing our views. And so I will continue on. And during COVID, we experienced a shortage in the grocery store supplies, severe chain issues. We are now facing Ukraine war. The diesel prices have increased, labor shortages, the wheat issues in Russia. These should be huge red flag indicators, meaning that we need to be more self-reliant with our property and when it comes to our food production. We should be rewarding and encouraging homeowners to produce at least some of their own food in this country, even if they own an acre, and more so if they own at least 5 or more. We should recognize that we need to support and retain the small acreage that also allows for family housing to grow their own food as a part-time operation. The idea and the practice that allows unused agri-lands to be rezoned from agri-use or according to some type of time period only permits and encourages some landowners to intentionally not allow farming. This later can allow this practice to rezone the land for other purposes, even if it's a generation later. This approach is known to be taking place in our area as well. In 2013, the UN came out with a report that stated that small family farms were one of the major ways to help with the global and local food insecurity. Last week, CTV News reported on a statistic on how dramatically we were losing agricultural land in Canada, and the Maritimes were the largest and fastest area losing the most. It did not identify the number of losses by each province or county, but with all we see going on in Kings County recently, it's very clear that we are looking at losing a great deal of literal ground of high-quality farmland here at alarming rates. Today, you will be the ones that will be deciding on the fate and the future direction of our community. We made our decision when we decided to live here and become a part of the proud agricultural community. Please consider all of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you both for your presentations. Is there, let's see, is there one more on my list? Yes, Jill Hiscock. Jill?
Good evening, Mayor Matard,
Good evening.
Council, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jill Hiscock. I live at 1513 Ridge Road. I'm just going to make a few points. A number of points were already made that I totally support, and just a few reminders. So I just want to start with our King's 2050 vision. What this community will, or what our county will look like in the year 2050. And just a couple of parts from it. Number one, the municipality is driven to sustain a healthy balance between rural and more urban ways of life. This development proposal really doesn't do that well. Personally, I don't think it belongs there at all. And the last line, together we steward our natural and human resources carefully, wisely seeking opportunities to be more efficient. So just a reminder that that's what we're moving towards. From the municipal planning strategy document under settlement, deals with growth centers, of course. And I just want to go over the 3 priorities. So concentrate new commercial and residential development, including mixed uses in growth centers with clearly defined boundaries. I searched, but I could not find where any part of Ridge Road was a growth center or designated a future growth center. Number 2, encourage efficient service and infrastructure delivery. And enable and encourage a diversity of housing throughout the region, the growth centers. The second point in our strategy, agriculture. Out of the 5 priorities, I just want to point out 3. So, under agriculture, the municipality has protected important areas of land for future agricultural development and production. So the first priority, Identify and continue to protect agricultural land. Number 4, become leaders in agricultural by creating an environment that supports innovation in a broad range of farming practices and forge a deeper understanding of agriculture within the community through access to healthy, affordable, locally produced food. Other speakers have already drawn attention to the fact that food security is already an issue, and I just want to draw our attention back to the fact that we are an agricultural area. Yes, we have other industries here, but the fact of the matter is we have growth centers that are designated for those types of businesses. So I just want to come back to the growth centers for a moment. The growth centers are centrally located. Of course, it's been mentioned already. They have municipal utilities available. So the objectives of growth centers to provide a wide range of urban development and business opportunities supported by cost-effective municipal services. Number 2, to protect agricultural land and rural character by directing development to clearly defined growth centers. That's an important point, I think, that needs to be considered, considering this proposal. I do want to have clarification. The development proposal or rezoning application did indicate that the individual, Mr. Mills, wanted space for an office. And I just want clarification. There are 4 person doors at the front of that building. And so I'm just wondering if those are 4 doors to one office or whether those are 4 doors to 4 offices. And is there a plan to rent those offices? Lastly, so in summary, I just want to say this. It's a priority to preserve agricultural land. We have designated growth areas, both for residential and commercial development. I do want to pick up on something that one of the other speakers said. So if council should pass this rezoning, I think you will open up the floodgates for rezoning of agricultural land and could be setting a poor precedent, actually, that would go against our strategy as well as our vision. And is the applicant present? Yes, okay. So I just have a word for Mr. Mills. You need to locate in a growth center for the kind of commercial activity that you want to engage in. And, I think you purchased the wrong piece of property. And I don't think the residents in this area should suffer for your error. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Or Mrs. Scott, I'm sorry. Other presenters? Are there?
I would just, I'm Travis Mills. I wouldn't mind the opportunity to do my presentation now. I think it would be more fitting.
That's perfectly okay, Mr. Mills. I was going to give you the opportunity to come behind everyone else so that you would know what all their concerns were. So
I can come back up too. I don't mind.
Yeah, we'll see where we go. Go ahead.
How does that work? Okay, thank you everybody for coming out. That's a lot of people. I am not a construction guy so much as I am a developer. I create housing, okay? I'm going to tell you a few things about myself. So I was raised in the Valley. I left to Halifax and Toronto to get educated, and I brought my 2 children home here in 2011 and settled at 1273 Ridge Road. I built my home there. In that time, I've added over 90 affordable dwelling units to Wolfville and Kentville. And I intend to create much more. That's what I do. And to me, affordable housing means 10 to 25% less than market, whether we're talking about a rental or a sale price. Here's an example of a larger development I did in Wolfville during COVID. That's 48 units whose rent is less than 10% or more than 10% under market. It currently houses 110 people. That took me 2 years. Currently, I am in Kentville, and I am in the process of building 48 affordable townhomes. There's 18 there. If you look close, I know it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. We started that in the spring. This development will house 200 people or more. So why did I buy the barn? Well, I live next door, and it had been for sale on and off for 11 years, and nobody bought it. It was run down, and it needed loving. And I thought it would be great to store my construction materials because it saves me money. And I need an office space to put some of my support team. What the barn was when I got it was a 18,000 square foot horse barn. It did have 3 dwelling units in the front. When I bought it, it came with 2 horses. It took a long time to get them out of there. They were not well. It was falling down. The structure was sinking and needed great structural repair. The roof was blowing off. And the residents that were living inside, water was coming in on them. And the arena in the back, which is a magnificent room, was, not when I got it, but before I got it, had stored cars in there. So here's a picture of the front. We already saw it, in the back. So those doors to the back were wide open when I got it. Animals, big animals were living in there. If you look to the left, you'll see, well, we're tearing apart an apartment. There's black mold everywhere. The toilet exhibits iron stains, permanent ones from the garbage water. If you look to the right, you'll see the condition of one of the 2 stalls that was occupied by horses at the time. The horse is not well. Those are fungi down in the, in the mess. It wasn't being cleaned out. And for the record, it had been like this since the day I bought my property next door. It's never been well kept in the 11 years I've been there. So the barn now has been fixed. Both of its roof, its foundation has been rebuilt. The structure has been fixed. Aesthetics have been restored better than they ever were before. I spent a lot of extra money and time ensuring that the front was attractive. And the back is, for me, good for one thing, and that is storing material. On the front, where the apartments used to be, is currently empty. I will just quickly say I got rid of the apartments because with the intention to fix them up, once I got in there, I realized it wasn't possible. Nobody should be living in there. On your left, you'll see a bunch of hard-working young guys standing in mud during a December, freezing, rebuilding the foundation under a building that was sinking. To the right, you will see us preparing and pouring slabs inside the main arena, which had not been used in a long time. And here you'll see the finished product. I can quickly make a note about those 4 man doors. The 2 in the center were supposed to serve separate apartment dwellings, and the 2 on either end were to access the bays, which are separate spaces. So here's the big mystery. What's inside? There it is. There's some insulation and some plywood and some 2x4s and tile, flooring. So, the big thing, the opposite of the agricultural discussion. Nova Scotia is 2.6% of Canada's population and has been receiving more than that proportion of new immigrants each year. Almost 14,000 came last year. And Nova Scotia's population is estimated to be growing at 2.5%. The Annapolis Valley has 130,000 people in it, for those that don't know. And that's 3,000 human beings per year are coming here. I don't think we can stop it. We will need 750 or more homes or dwellings built every year, starting this year. This year, we built fewer than 200. I know we don't like anecdotes, but my phone rings all day long. People looking for apartments. It rang just while sitting here. Why the barn helps me, when I buy materials in bulk, I can save a lot of money. And having materials handy when I need them, especially these days, helps with the supply chain interruptions. It's been terrible. Building has been terrible. There's an absolute assault on those of us who get up every day with the intention of creating housing. I'm not even going to get into it, but it's been exhausting. I do have a team of supporters, and they need a place to go. So what better use of the front of that nice-looking barn than to have a couple offices for our own guys? So here's the list of concerns I had put together before coming tonight, and I think I got most of them there. Traffic, noise, light, apartment buildings being brought to the ridge, loss of agricultural land. That one turned out to be bigger than I expected. Nobody wants you here. That's a quote I heard. You could put anything you want if upzoned. And yeah, I'm going to talk about the mosque. So traffic. Now that the renovations are done, traffic is very minimal. It's true there was trucks coming and going as we were repairing the barn. DOT granted me a commercial access permit long ago, and the Department of Public Works said this are the road networks adjacent to and leading to the site okay for this development? Yes. Do you require a traffic study? No. Do you anticipate any issues related to access and egress? No. Do you have any other concerns? Not really. So, I mean, Ridge Road is a terribly busy road. It's not me doing it. We anticipate, now that we're in a stable state, to have 1 to 2 trucks a week. And they're not transport trucks. They're delivery trucks like the type from Home Hardware at Kent. It is my belief that all the noise that was present was due to the repairs and catching up on what I would say was 30 years of deferred maintenance. And we did it fast. We did it in 6 months. So, and the noise in the future will be very minimal. No extra light will be added to the site. Right now it is dark there, and it's going to stay that way. Apartment buildings are not being brought to the ridge. Nothing is. The project is basically done. Loss of agricultural land. So A2 to C4, like has been mentioned a few times, does not preclude using that land to be farmed. And the barn is done. It was already there. No extra land was taken during the process at all. And it is still there. There's extra acreage, more than I need, in the back. I would encourage any farmers to come see me. If they want to use it, they can. And this one here hurt, but I get it. Nobody from the opposition actually reached out to me. Not one person. The neighbor to the east, west, and one of the neighbors across the street does not mind the project. Of course, I'm the neighbor to the west. This is a quote from the closest neighbor. Things are nice and quiet now, and the building's much nicer looking and safer. I no longer worry about it catching on fire. Quantifying who actually supports and opposes this thing is hard. There's a lot of peer pressure going on and a lot of marketing, and it's loud. And I understand because it's coming from a place of fear. The online petitions and from other continents and stuff was ridiculous. You could put up anything there if you get it upzoned. I understand the fears there. I can put up some pretty terrible things now too. Under A2 zoning, I can have a hog farm, a chicken barn, a rendering plant. Bad stuff, well, not bad necessarily, but stuff I wouldn't want to live next to necessarily. And other possible unwanted C4 uses, similarly bad to live next to: a crematorium, place that makes alcohol, laundromat, restaurant, the mosque. I'm just going to say it. There were mumblings about concerns around mosques being built on Ridge Road. I am allowed to put a mosque there by right now, as any other place of worship can go in A2. And I do support such projects. I'm not saying that one is going in there, but I just wanted to nip that one in the bud. So in conclusion, I think the intended use that I have tabled is very reasonable. The activities that we have are very low impact. You don't hear us or see us. And I use this barn to create housing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. No. I love the silence after each presentation. Thank you, sir, for that. Anyone else who wishes to address this subject, please come to the mic. Oh, my goodness. We have a question of clarification for the last presenter, if he would come back. It is for clarification, is it not?
Absolutely.
Okay, sir.
So I understand, Mr. Mills, that this is more of a stage, like when we think of a warehouse, we think of the commercial aspects. We're having material in and then it's retailing out and the like. What I'm understanding is that this is a staging area and it's part of your affordable housing model. Is that right? Part of the formula that you can buy, because you can buy in bulk and store, it's part of, I just want to clarify those points. Yeah. It's part of your formula that allows you to develop affordable housing.
Correct. It's one of a number of strategies I use, and probably the most powerful one currently, especially under our supply chain interruptions. Bulk purchasing is great. I do save sometimes up to 40% on purchases. The other amazing thing is having access to what you need when you need it. Because anybody in construction here tonight will tell you it's been insane. It could be a little screw that stops someone from moving into a place, right? I mean, it's terrible. So it really helps a lot with that.
Okay, so you've shown what you've built, and you're working. You said Kentville. Is it Kentville or Kentville North that you're building?
Currently,
now?
I'm in Kentville.
In the town of Kentville.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I just want to understand the significance of this in that affordable housing issue.
That's why I wanted to talk now. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay.
So many lights here. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. I just wanted to, you were speaking about the buildings that you're building in Kentville. I'm just wondering if you're able to give us how much those will be renting for or how much they are for sale for.
They are not necessarily to be rented. They are for sale as individual units. They are for sale for around $350, which for 1,800 square feet is about $200 a square foot retail, which is about 50% less than competing sales right now.
Thank you, sir. There's no more questions. And the next speaker, please. I want you to know, I want all you folks to know ahead of time that when we've heard from all the speakers, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Is that?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, you're okay. You go ahead.
My name's Diane Looker, and I live in the hamlet of Gasborough, just below Ridge Road. I'll keep my comments brief. One is I was intrigued by the statement that the proposed development would not create conflict with any nearby residents. And I'm intrigued by what would count as a nearby resident, because I would consider myself a nearby resident since I would be heavily impacted by traffic on Ridge Road, living just below it. And if any of you have actually physically traveled the Ridge Road section that they're talking about, rather than simply in the slides, you'll know that there's no way to get off that section of Ridge Road without turning a 90-degree turn somewhere. And so there are issues in terms of congestion and in terms of traffic. I also want to say I really appreciated the presentation by Mr. Mills. And I don't think we need to cast aspersions on him or his intent or the actual building that's being made now. The issue with rezoning, as I'm sure you're all very familiar, is not necessarily what the current plan is for the next few years. But once land is rezoned, it's rezoned. And so my concern is not only with the possible implications of traffic in the near future, but also what can happen in the future. Now, we can do doomsday things or we can do safe things. But the problem is that if something is rezoned, it is no longer restricted to the intent that it was originally zoned for. And that's my biggest concern, is that his business may be safe and fine and non-problematic, but we don't know, and he doesn't know, what's going to happen 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now. The zoning will still stay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jacob Shamawik. I live in Wolfville on Maple Road, and like many others who spoke before me, I'm opposed to the rezoning. I wanted to say that I understand Mr. Mills' frustration, because clearly he put a lot of effort into rebuilding the barn, and I think we all agree that the valley needs more affordable housing. But again, it seems like it was the wrong property to buy, or at least it was the wrong property to buy without checking if his intent for the site is in agreement with the current zoning, because it feels like we are put in a position where the process has begun, and now you are asked to change the zoning, and I feel like the order should be in reverse, and the matter should have been settled before such a considerable investment has been made on his part. But again, I do believe that Mr. Mills' intentions are to use this site for creating more affordable housing. But once the rezoning has happened, and once this is a different property, it can be sold. And Mr. Mills himself showed on a slide how many things that not really fit Ridge Road area can be then built under the C4 zoning. So that's my vote, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this application? Yes, sir.
Do you have copies of the letter for the council and enough copies for each member?
You just give it to the clerk over here, if you would, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that a letter that we already have,
Thank you. Mayor, Council, my name is Mark Chipperman, Gasboro, Nova Scotia. I'll just touch on a few points, and I'll not try to be redundant in terms of speakers who have gone before me. I guess the first thing that I want to say is that I really think that staff has kind of let the council down here. I don't think that staff has paid enough attention to the details of the policies and the land use bylaw that are applicable to the proposed rezone. I note that the policies and the land use bylaw are quite consistent about the C4 zone. It's land zone for commercial uses serving rural industries, visitors, and residents. The applicant has just told us that he's a developer who's building growth center housing in large quantities. He's not serving rural industries and rural residents and visitors. He's also told us he's not a contractor, he's a developer. But the C4 zone is for building contractors, not developers. He's also told us that he's bought it because he saw an opportunity to buy a property at a lower cost, essentially, than he could have gotten in a growth center. land use bylaw and policy also contain restrictions on the rezone proposal. It has to be of a size reasonably required to accommodate the proposal. And I would submit that 4.5 acres and 16,000 square feet of warehouse space, there's been no demonstration in the record to establish that there's an actual need on the part of the building contractor for that much area, either by way of land or warehouse or office space. And I have some personal knowledge here. I've worked with a lot of contractors. I worked in my father's contracting business. He was a much larger contractor than the applicant. He had as many as 50 construction workers plus office staff. His total warehouse and office space was far less than 1/2 of what the 16,000 square feet was, and the acreage was non-existent. It wasn't even but a fraction of an acre. I also know a multitude of rural contractors who do serve rural industries and rural residents, and they basically operate out of a small shop behind their house or a converted garage outside their house, and some operate out of a panel truck and not much more than that. I just don't see where the applicant has met his burden of establishing that he has a need for 16,000 or 18,000 square feet of office and storage space and 4.5 acres of agricultural land. And in terms of conflict, I think there's been quite a bit of evidence about conflicts in terms of traffic, but I also mentioned that I know from my lay familiarity with organic farming that one of the requirements with organic farming often is that you have to maintain a buffer if you have an inconsistent use adjacent to you. And my recollection is this property that is proposed for rezone, traffic in and out of there could create dust and other contaminants that could affect an organic farm and require that organic farmer to set aside land for a buffer that they're probably not contemplating for, that would take land out of agricultural production per se into a much lower return on their, I'm sure, very expensive investment. I'd also point out that those folks in British Columbia made an investment based on justifiable expectations. And as a number of other people have pointed out, this is kind of a situation where someone comes in after murdering their folks and says, mercy, mercy on me with the court, I'm an orphan. Also want to point out one very specific fact that hasn't been brought to the attention of the council yet with respect to traffic, and that is, if one travels this particular section of Ridge Road, which is located between Highland and Gasborough Avenue, and you come up from Gasborough Avenue, you go up a fairly steep grade. This property is at the top of that grade. You do not see traffic entering or exiting this property when you travel up that grade, which has a speed limit of 70 clicks, until you get to the crest. It's basically a blind spot. And so if you have a large straight truck backing in, moving slowly, or God forbid, a tractor-trailer semi-combination, and someone is moving at 70 clicks, you're going to have a real terrible situation on your hands, and one that could have been avoided by not allowing this rezone. And I think that this rezone application also points out perhaps a shortcoming in the land use bylaw, and that is that in many jurisdictions, a proposal like this, if it were permitted, it would be permitted by special permit or conditional use permit, where the use itself that is actually proposed is authorized but nothing beyond it. And as a bunch of other speakers have pointed out, even if you consider this particular use to be consistent with the policies and the land use bylaw, which I don't think it is, certainly it opens the door to other uses that would conflict with the surrounding uses. So I would ask you to reject the rezone application. Any questions?
I see no questions, sir. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Oh, there's one fellow behind you that started it earlier. But you're welcome to come up next, sir. If you'd identify yourself and where you live, please.
Yes, I'm Frederick Lutz. I work for Travis Mills, actually. I've worked for him for 3 years, and I also was a resident at 215 Gaspereau Avenue. I have recently moved up to Aylesford, 5789 Aylesford Road, and that was only to move closer to my grandparents who have gone through some stuff. But working for Travis, I have gained many skills, and I've learned a lot, and he's taught me people skills. I've learned it through working for him at doing maintenance, or whether it be construction or whatever it is. But I'm not very formal or anything, but I feel like he has good intentions behind what he's doing, because the housing crisis was before COVID. We worked through COVID, and now we're trying to get through the end of it, hopefully. But I don't know what else to say, sorry.
That's okay. You're speaking in support of him, yes. We appreciate that. And I do want to say that when emotions run high on any particular subject, impressions are given that make people feel unwelcome and make other people feel oppressed. So we always regret that those emotions spill over, and it's good of you to point them out. I think we all need to know that. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Good day. My name is Carter Lake. Mr. Mayor, councillors. Frankly, I had a thing to say here, but I think I'm just going to cut to the chase. This zoning, if it got voted in tonight, it's already too late. We've lined up to the cliff and jumped off. It's already too late for whatever. Frankly, Travis, I'm sorry, but I don't trust you. I have too much experience.
Well, yes, that's...
Sorry, okay.
I'd ask you to address the subject and
I'll take that
not
back.
individuals.
Okay.
And it may be that the feeling is mutual, but I would not expect I would not expect Travis to say that, okay?
How about I say...
But go ahead.
I've had people look in my eyes and shake my hands, sit promising things all throughout my life, and I know that you need to wait for this, but it'll be too late if this gets voted in. The boundaries of C4, we don't know the extremities of what that really means yet. You know, when somebody has a business, it's okay if a landowner takes a fence stake, walks to the back of his property and bangs it in. So what? So what? We'll all do that to our own properties someday. But when what they do exceeds the boundaries of their property and starts to roll out into public life and have an effect on all of us, then that's not right. And if this person doesn't care for what the effects will happen, if these big trucks start rolling and things go the way that once it's C4, we don't know what's coming down the pipe. What somebody has promised they will do doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't apply. He's already got C4 zoning. These big trucks may be rolling. Us property owners that have vested stakes in our property may be devalued. Our way of life may change drastically for people who are innocent and have done nothing but live in what I believe is heaven. We have a secret up on the ridge. We live in heaven. We quietly don't say that to each other, but just look. We live in a piece of Shangri-La. I've known it. My parents, my mother saw it. She came up and said, this is a good place to raise a family. I am now in the only house that I know of that I now own that was my parents, and I live up there. I woke up this morning to the screech of an eagle followed by the hoot of an owl. My garden has, in the summer, traffic of deers that think they're shopping in a grocery store. And I've seen the yipping of coyotes up there. There's wild blueberries up there. And everybody who lives and is my neighbor up there abides to the A2 zoning, which is what we want up there. But I've got to say, this C4 zone is a threat. There's no other way to put it. It threatens all of us. We feel threatened, maybe even a little bit insulted, but certainly bullied, that we have to go through this. There's only one way to put a pause on this, is to shut down the C4 vote. That is the only way to find out, because once, if you don't do that, the C4 and the parameters of what it entails can take place. There's only one way to solve it: shut it down. We don't want it. We don't want anything to do with C4. It does not apply here. It's A2. I don't know how it got off the ground. Yes, I want to make a C4. No, you can't make a C4. It's A2. Go through the proper channels. I'll tell you how to get there. Coldbrook, Canning, Port Williams, Wolfville, they all have C4 zones. Operate in the parameters that are there. Don't try to change something. This is our way of life up there. I consider myself so fortunate to be 65 and not have witnessed this beforehand. We are blessed to live up there, and any changes that have come there have been improvements. Beautiful houses. They've left trees standing in front of their lawns. They know. The people that I have as neighbors know they have a piece of heaven up there. This is what we want to maintain. But we will be living under a threat, even if what we've heard is going to take place and that C4 does take place. But the threat will loom over us for the rest of our lives. Once that C4 zoning, you do not go backwards. We don't live in a C4 zone and say, oh, I want to change it back to A2. What do you think the possibilities of that are going to happen? That's not going to happen. Once things progress, they stay progressed. We need to stop this right now. There are hundreds of people involved in this. And like we said, Maple Avenue, the access routes, the roads are not in shape. I don't care what they designated that. They are not in shape. There's only one way to do it. You guys need to stand up tonight and make the right decision for all of us up there. This is our lives. Our wealth of our properties are threatened. Our lifestyle is threatened. You need to help us. You guys are our last resort here. We have no recourse after this. What you do tonight, if it goes C4, you have condemned us. The threat will loom over our heads forever, forever. I am a proud Canadian and proud Nova Scotian. But my faith about our democracy here has been shaken to the ground. It's been shaken to the ground. listen, you can do the right thing here tonight as a group. You will not hurt the application man here tonight by cutting him down right to now. He's not going to be finished. He can go through proper channels and do his C4 business. He can also do an A2 business. He can put 2 irons in the fire. You won't hurt him by shutting it down. But if this goes through, you will kill all of us for the rest of our lives. You will kill all of us. Very important. Please do the right thing tonight for us all. Please do it. Do good by us. You will forever have our thanks.
Thank you, sir. Your secret's out. The fact you live in heaven, everybody knows now. Yes, sir.
Hello. My name is Greg Davidson. I live on 974 Ridge Road on the Wolfville Ridge. I still am very confused as to why we look at or consider rezoning properties. If there were no commercial properties for sale, but there are commercial properties that are for sale and that are available in the County of Kings, all you have to do is go on Viewpoint and it's all there. You can find a property that's already zoned. Why would we consider rezoning agricultural land for commercial use when there's already commercial properties out there that are for sale and available? Just to reiterate on the traffic, it is unbelievable. Certain times of the day is more so, it's heavier than others. But I get an open invitation to any councillor who wants to come park in my yard and witness for themselves the amount of traffic. And if you don't think that this is going to influence the amount of traffic when you're hauling building materials back and forth from Wolfville Ridge to New Minas and Kemple area, you just come up there anytime after 3:30 when school gets out at Horton District, and or 8 o'clock in the morning for that matter, if you want to see traffic. Rest of the day it's not too bad, but it is very, very heavily traveled now. And I can only assume that with this, if this goes through, that the traffic will increase considerably. That's about all I had to say. Thank you for consideration in not zoning, passing this zoning. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Could I ask at this point how many more speakers we have? Because out of respect for the councillors around the table and perhaps a lot of you in the room, we're going to need a health break, if nothing else. So with as many speakers as I see still left, with your indulgence, I'm going to call a recess for 10 minutes. Madam Clerk, are we ready to go back on the record? Thank you. I think all of council is present, and we're back on the record. If the next speaker would like to come forward and just introduce yourself in the usual fashion, please.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Fagan. I grew up on the Ridge Road, and I live in Wolfville now, and I work for Travis Mills. I worked for Travis Mills for about 3 years now, and as long as I've known him to be a very straightforward guy, doesn't do anything he doesn't say he's going to do, always keeps his word. And the fact is, he bought a barn, a dilapidated barn that nobody wanted, and turned it into a warehouse. And yes, there was a lot of traffic. You saw the garbage that we hauled out of there. To the residents on the Ridge Road, we're sorry that we created this traffic, and hopefully it'll be finished now. But as for the opposition, we're all surprised. We really didn't expect this. The fact is, it's a barn, now it's a warehouse. And really, that's all I have to say. And I implore you to consider that and vote in favor of Travis's rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Tris Winfield, and I'm actually a resident, and I'm actually Bridgewater's second largest landlord. So the thing that brings me to Kings County tonight was basically scouting for where is it that I'm interested in doing more development. And I love Michelin. I think Michelin is an amazing employer, so the Waterville plant is a real draw for me. And I was a South Shore resident, or am a South Shore resident. I was paramedic. I know a small town Nova Scotia really, really well, even though I'm not from here. So I want to talk about some statistics that I will guarantee that the vast majority of people who have spoken here tonight and are here tonight have never heard. So the first one is I'm going to talk to the cost of construction. So the only reason I'm here is because just by pure random fluke, I happened to learn about this public meeting for this particular issue of development in this specific rezoning thing, and I happen to know about this land development in Kentville, these 48 apartment townhouses, I think, that these guys are building, and that project made me interested in looking at Kings County. So nobody gave me any money, nobody did anything for me, just pure grit, right, of sleeping on floors to give guys jobs to make the numbers work to get affordable apartments built. So when I say I'm the second largest landlord in Bridgewater, I got 92 total apartments, and they're concentrated in 5 buildings. And similar to what I realized, I had to come to this meeting and see what the climate is in Kings County for doing development of this kind of affordable housing, because I really do focus on the $1,000 to $1,200 a month rents, okay? So I'm gonna speak to, first, before I even talk about the cost of construction, I'm going to talk to 2 specific constituencies whose voices you almost never, ever hear, okay? The first one is the construction workers. And these guys are typically starting off as laborers at $15 an hour, $16 an hour. They build Canada. And these guys, fundamentally, they need to be employed, right? So that's the first thing I would say, that for me, by pure chance, to find myself to see a lineup of construction workers asking to speak to politicians, this isn't their natural environment, and they're making time out of their busy days. I bet you these guys have kids to come and talk to you and say, this project is something that's really worth going ahead with. That is almost unheard of. I've never even seen it, to be honest. So I would really listen when you see these construction workers standing up here talking to you. That's the first constituency that very rarely people hear from. The second one is the international educated immigrant. And in Bridgewater, this is the person who is my bread and butter, okay? So I've got 3 tenant niches, and I look to provide safe, warm, affordable housing communities to people paying $1,000 to $1,200 a month rent. And the thing that I never, ever expected when I made the transition from being a paramedic to becoming Bridgewater's second largest landlord is the extent to which that I would play a hands-on role in the shaping of society. It was a role that I have more impact than I ever had as a paramedic. That's tiny in terms of the social impact I have as the provider of affordable housing. And that international educated immigrant that comes to Canada, right now I've got people from Chile, South Africa, South Korea, at least three couples from India, okay? These people are amazing. And they come to Canada, they're typically university educated folks. They come to Canada, sometimes they can't find work that acknowledges their credentials. And so in Bridgewater, you see this amazing shift that all these people suddenly are working in Tim Hortons, and you talk to them and they're like bankers from India, but they have to do 2 years of essentially menial work because they weren't able to get the same credentials recognized in Canada. And those people, just like the residents we have here at the $1,000, $1,200 level, they really desperately need housing that each of them is going to pay $600 or $700, $800 for because it's a couple. They want a childless building. They want it to be a decent building, but they cannot afford to pay condo grade rents. And that's the only alternative for them in Bridgewater. And here's the fact that I promised that almost nobody has ever heard of is that government has created this problem. I want everybody to hear this. Government has created this problem, okay? So the federal government brings in 630,000 international students per year, all right? They bring in 401,500 landed immigrants, okay? So the federal government brings in over 1 million people to Canada per year. Does anybody have a guess as to how many apartments Canada builds per year? Somebody throw me a number, please.
Sir,
Last
I'm
year,
going to ask you to speak to the council.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
This is important because you guys are the elected representatives, but we ourselves, we are all the government, right? So we built last year 117,651 apartments. We built approximately 1/8 of the supply that was needed. So it's just like wildlife. If you want wildlife, you got to have habitat for them. You got to have somewhere to live. Well, if you want your town to grow, Kings County to grow and to be able to accept these people, the problem isn't jobs. The problem is that they don't have somewhere to live. So in my buildings in Bridgewater, I've got nurses, cops, engineers. It's a very educated and diverse, an RCMP Muslim guy, incredibly diverse and educated group. And they aren't coming to small town Nova Scotia unless they have somewhere to live while they take the job. Because there's the jobs for them, and they're coming here. They're your nurses. These are the people that are teaching our kids. But if you don't provide a way, essentially, for the local entrepreneur to actually do his business, to help that guy succeed, that guy is not going to be able to do what he's set out to do in this particular case without knowing the guy. Build housing, right? So you look at that, 1 million people coming here per year, 118,000 apartments built per year. When I set out in the last project I finished in Bridgewater, 16-unit apartment building, gut and renovate. People were living there for $400 a month. So you can imagine, it was like that barn, the extent of the deferred maintenance, right? That there were some units that people were living in that hadn't had power turned on in 3 years, right? So as an ex-paramedic, I can tell you, these are the kinds of places you find people in there for dead for 3 or 4 days. And they're lying there, and there's, long story short, I've seen a lot of nasty places. And the kinds of building stock that this developer is trying to work with to turn into a boon to your community is just the kind of projects you want to see succeed. $30,000 was what I underwrote for at Bridgewater, the last 16-unit apartment building I did. It cost me $100,000 per apartment. So right now, the financial end of development is being crushed by the fact that your largest expense, real estate investment, interest cost on your mortgage has tripled, okay? So that squeezed the numbers to the point that my personal apartment building development went from 30,000 per door to 100,000 per door. And your developer is standing in front of you and saying, the way that I found to make it work, to continue to build housing, affordable housing in this community, is going to be by buying this warehouse and using that as a place to store materials so that I can buy in bulk, right? You guys choose, right? I'm here basically to look at the lay of the land in Kenville and Kings County, Wolfville, that kind of thing. Look at the dilapidated structures you guys have. See what kind of opportunities there are to buy them. Because I think a huge wave that's going to come in Canadian commercial real estate and is going to be critical is going to be the rezoning of dilapidated structures that you see in the small rural centers from commercial zoning to multifamily. Because the economics don't work to support certain kinds of development. COVID has crushed small business, crushed it, okay? So I think a really big opportunity coming up is going to be the conversion of those dilapidated structures over to multifamily. In the case of this development, I'm really interested to see what the outcome is, to see just how easy it was to rezone land or to change the use of a structure so that you can do exactly what government is calling me every single day to ask me to do, right? 1 million people, 117,000 apartments. You guys facilitate that or you make it stop. But if you want people to come to your community, you need to help support guys like us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is David Daniels again, and I'm from Wolfville. And I just want to direct the council to the MPS, which you have to reasonably follow. And in the letter I wrote, I pointed to 3 provisions in your MPS.
But with respect to Mr. Daniels, we have read your letter. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. Okay, I just want to.
Please don't repeat it because we're getting so long in the tooth. Okay?
I won't repeat it. All I'm saying, all I'd like to say is that when I heard from the municipal planner, I don't think contradicted or didn't address any of the issues I raised. And then I just would like to direct your attention to another section, which is the MPS 5.3.5, which I didn't mention in my letter. And if I just may briefly read that, it says, Council shall consider in relation to all applications to rezone land, the application zone, the applicable zone placement policies, including specific policy criteria for applying the proposed zone to set out within the strategy. And then B, which is I think crucial, the impact of both specific development proposals and of other possible uses permitted by the proposed zone. So the issue isn't just, as a number of speakers have spoken about, it isn't just Mr. Mills' proposal, but the proposal is the rezoning. And you are required under the MPS to look at the implications of all the of other uses that are going to be permitted on the property. Mr. Travis says he won't build residential, but that doesn't mean the person after him wouldn't build residential, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And we did hear that from other speakers, and you've underscored it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just this particular section I don't think was raised.
Not the section itself, but
yes.
But the theory underlying.
Yes, but the obligation that the council has to consider that's in the MPS.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Michelle Smith. I live 1154 Ridge Road. Okay. We heard a lot from people talking about roads. We talked about farming, A2 properties, and I would like to talk about A1 properties. okay? Because one of the things that the planning department, there are homes all along either side of the map that they showed. So from White Rock all the way to Melanson Road, there's 50 properties plus. Okay. And many of those are residential properties. Those residential properties, if you look on Viewpoint, you can see, well, look who am I talking to, you can see the assessed values of those properties, okay? They range, the average price right now on Ridge Road is over $500,000. My neighbor's assessed values are $700,000. My assessed value is over $500,000. I have a lot to lose in this rezoning. And as I stated in the last council meeting, we did our research when we purchased our property. We looked to make sure that we were in an A2, A1 property that would not change. When I look at the Ridge, I get, very emotional, okay? It's my home, and it'll always be my home. My husband always laughs that I fell in love with the land. And we bought the land from Dr. Kinsman, who was once the mayor of Wolfville. And Mrs. Kinsman's family, the Cleveland family, has been on that ridge for 300 years. We are the first time that that property has ever changed hands. We bought that property. When we bought the property, it was before COVID. So the house was on the market for a while. The week that we met Mrs. Kinsman, she got 5 other offers that day. She gave us the house because she knew how much I loved that land. And if you ask me, the Ridge is a very special place. It's a gem. It really is. It's such a gem of a property. And you can't really tell that from the road because most of the properties are set back behind the trees. But if you ask me, I have the prettiest property. I have the prettiest property. From the back of my house, I can see the Gasboro Winery. In the winter, I can see the entire Gasboro Mountain. I can even see the Gasboro River on a sparkling sunny day. I can see Melanson Mountain. I can see Burlington in the distance. I can see the Avon River. I can see 5 islands. In the winter, I can see Blomden. I can also see the barn. It's not exactly what I'd like to see changed. Is my view from my property, my investment, is to see that area turn commercial. If you ask any realtor, does commercial zoning affect residential property? It has a different effect on farming property, but it has a huge effect, an adverse effect on residential property. I made a very big investment by Nova Scotian terms on a house. I have plans to continue to renovate it, to expand it, to continue enjoying my land. My husband laughs, he'll never be allowed to sell that land. I told him I'm going to die there and I'm going to haunt the land. That's how much I love that land. And Mrs. Kinsman knew it. My concern is that we're not being seen as a community and as a neighborhood. There are a lot of people on the Ridge. We're farmers, we're carpenters, we're architects, we're doctors, we're lawyers, we're business owners. And we have our investment up there. And to turn a beautiful neighborhood of people, of homes and families and children, and turn it into a commercial zone is completely unjust, not just to us, but to our children and to the heritage of that area. And I hope that you will not approve this rezoning. It is something we feel very passionate about. I think you heard tonight. And it is not personal. I don't know Travis Mills. My concern is the zoning. It's what happens when you open Pandora's box. My husband's a landscape architect. He would say to me, it's not compatible with the area. It is not compatible with the zoning. This zoning is not compatible with our neighborhood. And we hope that you hear that and think about that when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Two more. Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Well,
everybody.
three more then.
My name's Dave
Good
Mitchell.
heavens, four more.
Yeah, I think there's a few back there. My name's Dave Mitchell.
David,
yeah.
Thanks for coming up,
No
and,
problem.
I apologize for interrupting you. But if what any of you four wish to say has already been said, can you just say ditto when you get to the mic, please? The mic is yours, sir.
As I said, my name's Dave Mitchell. I want to thank everybody for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I know it's a little drawn out. So I am Travis's electrician. I own a small business here in the Valley. My father and my grandfather built our home on the Ridge Road in 1972, where I lived my whole entire life. I had my first job on the Ridge Road on a commercial property at Gerald Sears Bakery. Both of my older sisters had their first job at a commercial property on the Ridge Road at Gerald Sears Bakery. I went to Gasborough Elementary. I went to Horton. I'm about as Ridge Road as you can possibly get. I currently don't live there anymore. Property prices are a little out of my range for a young adult with children and things like that. I currently live on the Glooscap First Nation in Bishopville with my girlfriend. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm here to support Travis. Without Travis, I wouldn't have my business. I currently employ 2 other people underneath of me in the last 2 years with Travis's help. And through COVID, we wouldn't have been able to do that with the soaring prices of materials and costs. We just wouldn't be able to provide a service that we do if we didn't have the opportunities that Travis and his group have given us with this barn and in other ways too. So I just wanted to come up here and give my positive review of Travis and my feelings on it, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, and we appreciate hearing from you. Just you can ignore my impatience. Just go ahead and say what you've got to say.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jeremy Banks. You might recognize me from a seat over there where I was a practicing planner. I still practice planning, but I also run a B&B in Wolfville where I live. I'm in support of this rezoning. To be honest, I didn't think I'd make it tonight because I thought this was a really simple thing. It's not really a big deal to put self-storage near residential. It's over in Port Williams, and it works really well. No one really complains that much. The traffic isn't that intense. And on Ridge Road, the traffic can be intense sometimes, especially when Wolfville traffic is really intense because you go up to Ridge and you pass by. That doesn't really stop Home Hardware in downtown Wolfville from existing and not really causing a disturbance to its neighbors. It does. It's been there for ages. Here on Ridge Road, people are concerned about their property values. It's a very real concern. Property values next to a dilapidated building are lower than property values next to a rebuilt, refinished, recently renovated building. Statistically, it's really absurd, but a property next to a commercial property raises in value because that commercial property intensifies the use of the area and the demand for property in general. I think these people have a real reason to be concerned about their property and their way of living because it is changing. But it's not changing because of Travis or this rezoning. It's changing because the world is changing. Young people in Nova Scotia don't have a place for jobs, so they leave. But now there's an employer who hires them and keeps them here. Young people who do have jobs in the Valley can't afford rent. And there's a developer who's providing affordable housing for those young people to stay. I moved to the Valley in 2017. I moved here because I'm from BC and the real estate value was pretty cheap. It was great. I could sell my apartment in BC and buy something here, which was incredible. I don't see young people saying that now. And when I moved here in 2017, I wondered where the young people were. I lived in downtown Wolfville, and if you weren't 21 years old or younger, you didn't know anybody. I'm still under 40. I still have trouble meeting people. But Travis, for some reason, has done a really incredible job of bringing people together, of giving them employment, of creating housing for them. And he's doing this and choosing to do it in Kings County when he could be doing it in Halifax, or Yarmouth, or Bridgewater. We heard a successful developer speak about that. But he's choosing to do it here, at a time when there's a housing crisis in Nova Scotia and in Canada. I didn't think I'd be here because I thought this meeting would end before I finished my gym session, because I didn't really think this was a big deal. This rezoning enables the further development of property that was formerly dilapidated on Ridge Road. A property that was for sale, that anyone living on Ridge Road could have purchased, but chose not to. And now that there is a change that people can speak to, they're here speaking to it. And I think they have a real right to be concerned and to speak to their discomfort about that change. But I don't think that change is about this rezoning, and I don't think that discomfort is about Travis's project. I think that change is just the discomfort, because the world is changing. Wolfville's changing, and we need to change with it. So I, again, speak in support of this proposal. I read the staff report. It seems to fit within the designation area. It's a rural commercial use in an area that needs development. So thank you, Council, for having this public hearing and giving everyone the opportunity to express this. And I thank you again for your consideration of this application.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ray Bowman. I live in Gaspereau. And as you might expect, I had to drive Ridge Road to get here. Now, to come up from Gaspereau or to come down from Wolfville, it's a very tight right turn to get onto Ridge Road. The sight lines are not great for seeing the access to this former barn, now storage facility. Go a bit west, a very sharp left turn, and a very sharp right turn I had to make to get over to Horton to get down to the interchange on the 101. I drive that a lot. We do not need more trucks on that road, and I think trucks are an issue there. The storage facility looks empty. Maybe that's because there are only 2 trucks per week coming in and out. But with that facility to make sense, I think you need a lot more trucks coming in and out. So I would expect more trucks. What other people have said, when the property is sold, the C4 goes with the property, and then you'll have other things to consider. And the planners have noted that there's no conflict. But just count the number of people here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick Letter. I live at 3175 Greenfield Road, and that's 2 properties away from the proposed property, just a big piece of farmland between me and the property. First thing I want to say is I started a business 10 years ago. A food establishment. Well, I wanted to. So I did my due diligence. I went to the property I wanted to buy, and I had to get that property changed to a commercial property if I wanted to do what I wanted to do. I went and I talked to all the neighbors. I went to the local municipality, and I did all my due diligence, and I found out everything I could do, and I made sure I could do it before I did it. I bought that property. I changed it to commercial property, and I have a business there now. But I did all that. I lined up all my things before I bought the property. So I just want to make that point clear. That has to be. The other thing is I want to mention is that a lot of people have said this already, but well, let me just say this, that changing zoning is a big deal. Changing from agricultural to commercial is a big deal. And it's right close to my house. So it makes a big, it's important to me. The other thing I wanted to point out was that there are commercial properties available for this, and if not, then and there are definitely other commercial properties available to do this. You don't need to take agricultural. It's a small piece, yes, but in the big picture, we need this agricultural property. We can't change it to commercial property. The property I bought and I've made into a food establishment, I pay commercial property taxes now, was a property that was not an agricultural property. It was you couldn't farm that land or anything. It was done. And so I mean I don't understand why. This is very simple. I guess what I want to say, I'll just sum it up here, is that this isn't about lack of housing or unemployment. That has nothing to do with it. All that's irrelevant. This has to do with the rezoning, and it's that simple. There are other places to go and to run a commercial business other than on an agricultural lot in Kings County, which is wonderful, like everyone's been saying. I love the place. It's scenic, and it's just beautiful. Anyway, I urge you to vote against the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm Gordon Tetlow. I live at 1302 Ridge Road. I think Mr. Mills made a terrible mistake. He decided to do a development where he didn't have planning permission to do that. He should have bought a commercial lot in the industrial park in Kentville or wherever he wanted one. But the planners gave him too much authority. There's how many truckloads, can you imagine how many truckloads of cement went into that building? That's a lot of money went in there. I know he does developments. He could do lots of houses without just getting 3 apartments in that particular building. But what worries me is they've put well over 100 loads of fill into that property. They've got wide in 4.5 acres. They're extending the property on the side with fill, and at the back, it's almost 4 feet deep. And it's been all compacted, then there's gravel on top. It looks to me like there's a possibility of having shipping containers on there, which is really, really obnoxious. There's a number of places around who've got them now, and it's a terrible sight. And all he has to do, if he wants to have a storage building, is buy an industrial site. And there's no need of using agricultural. And as a matter of fact, that particular piece of land is organic. It's absolutely perfect for grapes, because as it is, the bus comes by here with all the people looking at grapes and going to the wineries. It's just perfect place for that, because all it had on was horses. To say the building was a mess, it's true, but it was an agricultural building. There's lots of farmers got old buildings like that. And the land around there, all he had on was horses nibbling the grass and the bush and stuff like that. But really, he made a mistake, and he should move on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Have we exhausted our comments?
I just got one simple one that.
Well, sir, I'll tell you what. You've been up before, have you not?
Yes, it was. Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
and there's one chap back there who has not. So, okay, so we'll give you another chance, but because you didn't actually speak, even though you were up. But yes, sir, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Ken Barrett. I live in Port Williams. I'm a friend of Travis's. I'm also a business partner of Travis's. I grew up in the Valley. I'm a business person, and I've been retired for about 5 or 6 years now, and met Travis last year, and Travis presented some affordable housing opportunities to me. I've listened very intently about everybody's statements tonight. 2 things I took away that are opposing it are we're losing farmland and there's more traffic. Those are the 2 primary concerns that I've heard tonight. I've listened very intently to everybody. Number 1, there's not 1 square foot of farmland that's been lost. None. That is it's a fallacy. It's not true. It's not going to be true because there's no change to the farmland, period. 2, the traffic. He did his due diligence. He went to the Department of Transportation or Department of Public Works, as you say, Peter, and they said he doesn't need to change anything. The traffic has not been affected. I've been up there several times. The traffic is from the construction work that's happening on Highland Avenue in Wolfville. The traffic is for people that do not want to travel down Main Street, Wolfville, so they go up to the ridge, they take the back road and go down to Maple. It is 100% not from this development. It will not be from this development. There will be less traffic because there's not a daily person going there every day to feed their horses. Right? It was I'm speaking. It was a decrepit building. It was enhanced. It has not been expanded. It's been put to proper use, and I applaud I forget his name, Tris maybe, from Bridgewater. He has a vision that I hope this council has. If you want to attract people to this area, you have to give them a place to live. I'm not going to harp on the point, but if you want to build affordable housing as a business person, if you want to build affordable housing and attract people here, you have to have a competitive advantage. If you're building for $300 a foot and you're building for $350 a foot, I have to build for less. The way you build for less is you have to buy in bulk. You cannot store it at the hardware store, because if they handle it, they're going to charge you for it. So if I buy 1,000 sheets of OSB, I'm going to pay 100 grand. Well, if I can get it for 60 grand by them not having to touch it, then I save money. If I save money, I build for less. If I build for less, you pay less rent. If you pay less rent, you move to Kings County, not Hants County or Digby County. Right? So you have to look at the big picture here. Nothing is changing. The fear-mongering that's going on, the emotion that's taking place tonight, it's overwhelming. It's incredible. You have to look at the facts. You don't have the Department of Emotion. You have a Department of Planning. You plan based on the rules. Travis has followed every single rule that was laid before him. He talked to DOT. He applied, rightfully so, for a C4 zoning upgrade from an A2, which Laura said is allowed. He did what he was asked to do. Do you think he could have just went in there, not said a word, and put an office? Of course he could. Do you think he could went in there and put some 2x4s and put some insulation in? Of course he could. You would never know. Nobody would know. But he followed the rules. So I'm asking you as a council to follow the rules, not the emotion, the rules that you put in place, that he followed, and we're asking you to do today. There's no more traffic, and there's no farmland being lost. Those are, I'll choose my words carefully, those are not truths. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Like I say, I just have one point to make here, and it's,
you go ahead.
And it's not meant to be sarcastic at all. But the point of the matter is,
just for the record, your name again?
Graham Atwell.
Graham, yep.
The point I'm trying to make is that, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but all these people that are in favor of you changing this to C4 are not landowners of the Ridge. The landowners of the Ridge are all against this. Thank you.
Thank you. And every time someone says something, there's someone's coming to rebut, so be prepared. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Nick Ernest.
Maybe you'd flip the mic up, Nick. You're a little taller than the last guy.
World's not made for people like me. I live in Wolfville. I live in one of Travis's buildings, and I'm frustrated right now. I really am. Listening to what a lot of people here have to say about affordable housing, and being somebody born in the mid-90s, and I know I speak for a lot of people in my age group, the prospect of home ownership is very grim, especially land ownership, owning both. It's very frustrating hearing from people whom own land and own houses. Must be nice, you know what I mean? Here we are having somebody who's trying to bring affordable housing and trying to bring a housing solution, a solution to this crisis we're going through right now. What's keeping me in this province? I'm in my prime, you know what I mean? What's keeping me here? There's nowhere for me to live. Why would I stay here? Why wouldn't I go pursue options in other provinces? And I know I speak for a lot of people in my age group when I say that. I truly am frustrated with the fact that we're even all here right now. This is, honestly, it's a bit laughable. I think that it's gotten to this point, but that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you. I see no other hands. I see no one who hasn't already spoken. I see no one who is slow getting out of their seat like I am. So I appreciate everything. We all do appreciate everything you've had to say. That's why we're here. That's why it's called a public hearing, to hear from the public. And as we did with the last hearing, when everyone has finished having their say, and before we move into a council meeting, if we ever get there tonight, then I'd like to declare this particular public hearing closed. And now we have to move to another public hearing. So it's your gamble whether you want to stay and hope that we get to your item on the council agenda. I believe that there's councillors at the table who are determined that we adjourn at 10 o'clock. That hearing is adjourned, and we're moving on to the last public hearing item, which is a proposed text amendment to the land use bylaw to add existing forestry industry uses to the list of permitted uses in the A1 zone. And Ms. Mosier is going to present on that. Ms. Mosier, your light's on when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And now for something completely different. So we are here again for another public hearing, this time to amend the text of the land use bylaw. The proposal comes from Michael Napier on behalf of S.G. Levy and Sons, local sawmill. S.G. Levy applied to construct a new building to enable the storage of wood chips. They received a contract that requires them to store wood chips. As one might imagine, wood chips don't burn well when they're wet, so they should really be stored in a building. The problem, though, is that the property is located in the agricultural or A1 zone, and as part of our new planning documents, we did not include forest industry uses as a permitted use in the A1 zone. So the proposal is to enable the existing operation to continue. It's not to enable new forest industry uses. We are just down the road, still in the Gaspereau Valley, at 1004 Gaspereau River Road. The property is made up of 3 separate PIDs. This is an aerial photograph of the existing sawmill, and the 3 PIDs are outlined there. As you can see, there is quite a lot of activity on these sites. There's a lot of storage that occurs outside. There's a building here, there's an office here, and then the main sawmill buildings are here. This is the zoning of the subject properties. Here I'll flip back to the aerial. Most of the activity is in the north end of the properties. This coincides with the zoning as well, so within the A1 zone. Similarly, we're in the agricultural designation still. So this use is a non-conforming use. We made it that way in our planning documents, purposefully or not purposefully. That's where we are right now. Just a note on non-conforming uses. As I mentioned before in our previous presentation, which feels like hours ago now because it was, we talked about non-conforming uses being able to continue to operate. However, they can continue to operate, but expansion can be very difficult. It typically needs to occur by development agreement, and the reconstruction of buildings is also more difficult and often also requires a development agreement. The nature of the use of a forest industry use lends it to be far more likely to be destroyed due to fire. I don't think that's a illogical assumption. So anytime a portion or building is destroyed on a sawmill property that is a non-conforming use, it becomes very, very difficult to reconstruct that building. This use has been operating since at least 1948. It is an established use within the rural community, provides services to rural residents and rural developers. We would like to see it continue. So when we look at a text amendment, we don't have as many enabling policies as we would for a rezoning. So this presentation is going to be somewhat shorter than our previous ones, and I'm going to take you through the visions and goals and objectives of our municipal planning strategy for you to determine if this use, as proposed to be amended, is consistent with those goals and objectives. So with regard to our rural and natural areas, our vision statement says to identify where existing rural character, ecological value, and economic functions of rural areas is protected. So in terms of this operation, and enabling the continued operation means that there will be less need for new or similar uses, enabling the preservation of ecological function elsewhere and protecting the existing economic functions to continue. Also within our rural objectives, under the theme of economic development, we're meant to foster industry that increases the viability of and supports rural businesses. So this would be a related industry to forestry uses specifically, but also so it processes raw materials, and then it would also be a support to local developers, local construction firms, local construction retail stores. So enabling supportive uses nearby for the processing of these resources and for the sale increases the viability of forestry uses, but also those that would purchase processed lumber within the valley due to a reduction in transportation costs. With regard to agricultural objectives, when we look at the theme of settlement, we're meant to limit and manage non-farm development that could otherwise be located in growth centers. So this would be considered a non-farm development. However, it's not necessarily a use we want to see within our growth centers. It generates a lot of impacts. It generates noise, it generates dust, it generates vibrations, it generates traffic, it generates all of these things that are often consistent with farming activities that we typically expect to see from farming activities. So they are similar impacts. And within our rural and natural areas, we're meant to maintain the rural character of the landscape. So again, this has been a part of the rural landscape in the Gaspereau Valley since the mid-20th century. It has become part of the character, and it has become a place where local residents purchase their lumber for local projects. So agricultural uses versus forestry industry uses. So again, similar impacts. I also wanted to point out that this would be a limited overall impact because we're not looking to amend the text of the A1 zone to permit new forest industry uses. We're only looking to enable the operation of existing forest industry uses. So this would render existing uses conforming, so not non-conforming, but it would not enable the establishment of new forest industry uses within the agricultural or A1 zone. New forest industry uses would be required to locate within properties that already permit that use or go through a rezoning to an A2 or N1 property. In terms of our process here, we received a complete application and held a public information meeting on August 4th. There were 4 members of the public that attended that public information meeting, and all were very much in support of the applicant and the owner. Planning Advisory Committee reviewed this application in October, and you gave this first reading in November, and here we are at our public hearing. Properties within 500 feet were notified of the public hearing, and the hearing was also advertised twice in the newspaper. With that, all of the statutory requirements for the land use bylaw amendment process have been met, and I would pass it back to the chair for comments from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Any questions of clarification of Ms. Mosier from council? No, I have one, Ms. Mosier. It was my understanding that non-conforming in the event of a damage or fire to a structure could still rebuild on that site, provided it was on the same site as the structure that was destroyed. Is that not true?
I may call in for an assist from Trish, but my understanding is that because it's a commercial property, the permissions related to reconstruction are slightly different and have to do with the value of the building that was destroyed. So you're absolutely correct with regard to non-conforming residential uses. They can always be rebuilt, but in terms of a non-conforming commercial use, the process is a little bit more tricky.
Okay, and if I'll just piggyback on that question, because I as was your wish, I will go to Ms. Javerick in a minute. It's also my understanding that you can't expand the non-conforming use in any way so long as it's non-conforming. Is that correct?
That's, well, as of right, you can't expand, but we do have policy by way of a development agreement to enable expansion. But as we saw in the aerial photo, this is a bit of a transitory use. There's lumber that gets stored here, and then it probably gets moved there, and then so the flexibility for this property is really key in terms of storage and transport, and being able to keep that sort of matched up with their current operations.
They could build new structures within the envelope of their current non-conforming use?
No,
Okay.
that would be considered an expansion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Javerick, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in terms of the MGA dealing with commercial non-conforming, you're exactly right. They are given permissions, but to Ms. Moser's point, it's a little more complicated for an applicant because the MGA would require the property owner to be able to prove through a commercial assessment that the structure in question was destroyed greater than 75% above the appraised value above the foundation. So it's convoluted, but it can be done.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. And my last question of clarification, the making the text amendment is equivalent to changing the zone in this case, is it not? Or not, in as much as new forestry enterprises cannot be, I'm sorry, I'll put your light on. I think that's the clerk trying to get the camera off one of us when we're talking. So it's a tent, as I understand it, that actually changes the zoning from A1 to forestry for those that pre-exist. Is that correct?
That's an interesting question. Technically, no. It's still in the A1 zone, but we're just adding a permitted use. So it wouldn't be able to access any of the other uses that are permitted in the resource or N1 zone that are not permitted in the A1 zone, in the agricultural zone. So it doesn't change the zoning, it just adds an additional use. But it doesn't enable the establishment of new forest industry uses on other A1 properties that do not currently have one.
So as they disappear, as one disappears, is abandoned, closed, gone out of business, then does the tent remain? Can somebody rebuild on that site on the pretext that it was pre-existing?
If it's within 12 months of the use being discontinued, but if it is left to sit for greater than 12 months, then a development agreement is required to reestablish the use.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Are there any questions arising from mine? No? Then I'm looking to the public. Any member of the public wish to speak on this particular application? No one from the public. The applicant is either not here or doesn't wish to speak. You don't see him, so he has more faith than most of our applicants. We having heard the application and the questions of clarification, and no member of the public wishes to speak, and the applicant not being present, and I declare this particular application to be closed. And that closes off the public hearing altogether. So we'll adjourn the public hearing and we'll move into a council session. So that takes us to a completely different agenda of our 500-page portfolio. And it requires an actual roll call to be taken to determine what councillors are present or not for the purposes of the record. If you'd show your attendance now, please. Councillor Harding is present, I can attest. He just didn't get to his button on time. The Deputy Mayor is not present, and we spoke about that during the public hearing. She has given a written excuse for her absence, and I'm looking to see whether or not a motion that the clerk has already anticipated be moved. And it's been moved by several people. I'll take the motion from Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise of excusing the mayor's absence from this meeting, vote now.
Wait a second. We're not excusing your absence.
I'm sorry. I won't even say what I was doing. I was reading it wrong. The deputy mayor's absence. Now, he's made us go all through this again. Would you like to put it up one more time? Never mind. Show me as having voted in favor. Anybody here vote against? Okay. Motion passed unanimously. You see how late it's getting? The second item on the agenda, you've all received a copy of our agenda for this evening. If you don't feel there's anything left off, then I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Councillor Windsor, seconded by Councillor Harding. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. For the information of the public, the reason for a pause, and for those people listening online, the reason for the pause between motions and declaring the vote is because it takes about 10 seconds for the automated system to react. And I can say if Councillor Killam was voting in favor, that would be unanimous. Yes, it is. Thank you. And when we reach the point at which we approve an agenda, now that and nothing was added, now that all councillors are aware of what's on the agenda, they're able to identify whether or not they have a personal conflict with respect to any item that's on the agenda, and this is their opportunity to declare that so that they don't get to speak on or vote on an item which directly impacts them as individuals. So I'm looking for folks to disclose any conflict of interest that they perceive they may have. Seeing none, then we'll proceed to item 4, which is looking at the minutes of November the 1st, 2022 Council and November 15th, 2022 Special Council, both sets of minutes having been circulated and read by each councillor. Are there any errors or omissions that anybody's noticed from those minutes? If there are none, then I'm looking for a motion to approve both. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Hurtle. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. And while we're waiting for the results of the vote, I'd like you to contemplate whether there's any business arising from the minutes that you wish to make reference to. The motion's passed unanimously. Item 5, is there business arising from either set of minutes, first November 1st? Seeing none, then November 15th. Seeing none, we'll move to item 6. Planning Advisory Committee recommendations of November 8th, 2022 that came to us from Planning Advisory Committee. I'm moving it now to Councillor Armstrong to introduce those as chair of the PAC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First one is that Municipal Council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit a change of non-conforming use in a structure to a use similar in nature that is not permitted in the zone located on a portion of the property at 34 Sun Valley Drive, PID 553-74086, Aylesford East, as described in Appendix D of the report dated October 11, 2022. I so move.
Seconder for the motion, please. Seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? This relates to a building in which there have been 3 units for many, many years, and it's only recently been discovered that it's in a... No, that's not the one?
This is one we just
Perhaps
did.
you'll explain that to me.
This is the non-conforming use we had earlier in the public
Oh,
hearing.
the earlier one, yes, okay. Any discussion on the motion, debate? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Windsor, are you voting? Oh, Councillor Windsor's absent from his seat. That is unanimous with Councillor Windsor being out of his seat. Moving on then.
That Municipal Council gives second reading to rezoning the southern portion of the property located at 1299 Ridge Road, PID 55190-854, Wolfville Ridge, from the rural mixed use A2 zone to the rural commercial C4 zone, as shown in Appendix F of the report dated October 11, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Granger. Debate. I'll just, for the moment, turn your light off, Councillor Armstrong, since I won't mistake you for a debater until you put it on again. First of all, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Where it's getting late in the evening, I'll keep my comments brief and to the point. On July 21st, 2022, there was a public information meeting concerning an application to rezone the property at 1299 Ridge Road from A2 to C4. Since that day, I've received numerous emails and phone calls from the area residents expressing concerns about this application. Their main concern is that rezoning this property will allow the applicant to store construction materials at the site. Also, the rezoning of this property, once rezoned to C4, opens the door to various other types of businesses, and to list a few, automotive sales, services, restaurants, heavy equipment facilities, and many others. The vast majority of residents feel that any of these businesses permitted in C4 would not be a good fit for the area. I have kept an open mind about this application to rezone the property at 1299 Ridge Road. After listening to the local residents and farmers in the area, as their elected representative, I have heard loud and clear that they do not, and I'll repeat, do not want this property at 1299 Ridge Road rezoned from A2 to C4. So I will not be supporting this motion to rezone it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a comment made this evening, somewhere back the trail. I've got several pages as I took notes of various speakers, so if I flip around, bear with me, but I won't be long. Don't vote on the emotion that we are subject to. Vote on what our bylaws, what our rules say. And that's always what we're trying to figure out. What I'm trying to figure out is, what is it that our rules tell us? What is our rules saying? Because we got to conform to them. And I also think I want us to make a decision that's good in the broad interest, because broad interest of our people and our community, because sometimes You do get the not in my backyard thing, but in the overall general context, what's being tried to get done is a good thing in the broad community. I really appreciated the good background that Ms. Mosher provided this evening, which took a lot of time to review the policy, and it highlighted to me the things that I think I need to be considering when I make my decision here. And so I really appreciate that background, and that's where I'm trying to come from here. One thing that I did note, I went to the bylaw section 8.1 on agricultural zones, and we've got 5 zones that's we call summary of agricultural zones. Agricultural A1, and then A2 is rural mixed use, which is actually what this property is. Then we've got A3 farm commercial, and A4 county residential, and then A5, which is particular to Grand Pré because of its special designations and the like. So I think sometimes we use the word agricultural indiscriminately. It's not, and there is this principle that we established, and we worked hard to establish it during the establishment of the municipal planning strategy, protection of agricultural land. And we went so far in that document to say that all land that is zoned A1 can never be rezoned to anything else. And that was a big step in that this county took in the preservation of agricultural land. So I think that and there's a reason why it's A1 versus A2. It's based on the quality of the land, the rural mixed use is a different grade of agricultural land. Listening to the presentations tonight, I do understand, and I did have a question in my mind as we were going through. A lot of the discussion was on the residential and my view and the things that I like about it. So I don't know how much of the land, there was reference, and maybe Ms. Mosher can make some reference to it. I don't know if she can, but the houses all along the road, how many of them are residential while they may be on agricultural land versus a real farm property? Yes, people like to preserve the nice things that they have. I wasn't convinced that this was going to derogate from the area and what's happening up there now. I was not convinced in any of the presentations that this would take away, it would ruin the area, it would ruin the traffic situation. I think we have to rely on the experts in the area of traffic management, and that's the Department of Transportation and Public Works, or Public Works and Highways. I forget what they're called. As you pointed out, it's hard to keep up. But I think that if we start questioning that every time, there's no point in us going to the experts on and the people of authority on matters. So I don't feel that this is going to cause a traffic issue. I think there was some reference to people using it as a way to get east to west or vice versa. I've often done that, go to Wolfville. I've often taken it because I like the view. It's nice. It gets you away from Highway 1 or Highway 101. So after listening to all this, and I am concerned, we have one significant development now under under review by the UARB, and I'm concerned the message that it may send. I am hopeful that our decision, because that's what we want, it would stand a test, that we've given it the due diligence, the right considerations, and it'll stand a test. But I am concerned if we make decisions that sends messages that, no, we're not really open for development, how it could set this county back. So based on those remarks, and I could make more, but given the time, and I'm certainly for moving through tonight, Mr. Mayor, as I think there's still energy in the room. I am supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. First time I heard your phone go off, I turned mine off. Just saying. Did you have something further, Councillor? Yes. Okay. All right. You go ahead.
I had one more point to make. There were some people here tonight who texted me after they left. They had to leave. And if I could read this text into the record, I'd appreciate it on behalf of this party.
No, I won't allow that. We've had the public hearing. They've had their opportunity to speak.
They had to leave for other reasons. But it was a support of the motion
Okay.
text
Thank
from
you.
people that lived on Ridge Road.
Any other debate on the question? Not seeing any lights. I have a few things to comment on with respect to the application. First, let me make it clear that my ultimate opinion on this is going to be based upon the documentation, the rules, and it's not going to be based upon the things that I've heard on one side or the other, because I believe you both have good points. Some perhaps weaker than others. The issue of traffic, I think the other councillor has already made reference to that. If there's more traffic up there than there should be, then there are ways to handle that, but they lie within the authority of the Department of Public Works, not within the authority of the municipality of the County of Kings. If there are additional trucks or semis on the road, there's an agricultural area up there, as there is on the other mountain, and we get complaints all the time about those trucks traveling along the roads. But that's necessitated by the fact that we have gone out of our way as a municipality to protect agricultural land so that agricultural business can thrive in the municipality of the County of Kings. And we have 7 villages in this municipality and additional growth centers which have services in the ground to which we push residential dwellings. So those of you, and I'm included with you, that have the privilege of living in farm country at the present time, we happen to be there by virtue of the fact that the legislation at the time allowed us to build our house there without establishing a farm in connection with it. You cannot build now without establishing a farm in connection with the residence that you're putting on agricultural land. So let's be clear about that, is one can't restrict what happens on agricultural land simply because you live in farm country. There are many agricultural uses that could take place on this particular piece of property that we're talking about that would be far more disruptive to you as residents than what's being proposed here. But your point about what may happen in 35 years, that's valid. That's quite a different matter. So I wanted to hit, excuse me for looking at my notes that I made during your discussions, but I wanted to try to hit on as many of the points that were raised as possible. Pride and protection of your property, the increase in traffic, the view that you have, your worry that there's going to be noise, the suggestion that dust might interfere with a vineyard and that type of thing doesn't have to do with this application. That has to do with other things and other protections that might be available to you. People who are concerned about, people who grow organic grapes need only be concerned about their neighbors who might be spraying their apple orchard and interfere with their organic certification, but not dust from the road. And they can be as close to the highway as they wish. The size makes no difference, you know. I've heard criticism about, you know, you can afford a place this size. Well, you know, you can afford any house the size that you can afford. He can afford to build any building the size that he wishes to build. It happens that he inherited, in a way, the building that he chose to renovate. So my concern doesn't have to do with the emotion of the moment on either side of the coin. My concern has to do with our own regulations, because each of you has good points to make about why you would or would not like to have this particular activity where it's proposed to be by the applicant. My difficulty, if I may say so, is that I'm inclined to have to agree with Mr. Daniels, with whom I don't always agree, in the letter that he wrote and the presentation that he made that pointed specifically to our own legislation. In our own legislation, we say in 2.2.1, these areas are intended to contain primarily agricultural and resource uses and their related industries, rural commercial uses, rural industrial uses, recreational renewable energy uses, and limited residential development. And I talked about how limited the residential development is. Rural C4 under 2.2.2A, rural C4 lands zoned for commercial uses serving rural industries, visitors, and residents. There's the problem, there's the rub. The question we have to ask ourselves is whether this particular proposal is a commercial use that serves rural industries, visitors, and residents. Under 2.2.11, the Council shall consider proposals to rezone within the agricultural designation or resource designation from any other zone except lands within A1. We're all aware of that. And then it makes reference, it says except lands within the A1 zone to the rural C4 zone. In evaluating such proposals, Council shall be satisfied, and so on. And Ms. Mosier went through those particular items. I come back to the difficulty that has been pointed out with respect to our own legislation, and I refer to Councillor Windsor's comments about us attempting to be consistent with our own regulation. And we've had, at times, legitimately people question the decisions that we make. So we're all open to question these decisions, and we welcome all of the presentations that have been made. All to say that I will be voting not based on the emotion, or not based on what I consider to be a good person who wants to do a good thing and have a place to store his materials in order to conduct what I've heard is an excellent business model. I'm voting based upon the fact that I don't think it fits within our legislation. So I'll be voting against the motion. And I have one more light on now, Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening in this evening, intently following along with every discussion point presented by those at the public hearing, taking notes on each individual point, concern. There's a significant amount of emotion, and I'm trying to avoid falling into the emotion, because as a councillor, an individual 1/10 of a whole, which is council, I need to make a decision based on sound principles, sound policy that has both come from our own council and councils before us, and through the tremendous amount of wisdom presented by those councillors and by the staff in helping determine that policy. I took note of the various concerns, the traffic, the noise, the lights, the loss of agricultural land. Some of it I feel is very justified in concerns. Some of the concerns are, I'm a little worried about where those intentions are coming from, but ultimately it's a community's come together tonight and presented a issue that I sense some fear, but we have to look intently at our policy. I've gone back and forth a dozen times in my mind this evening on trying to determine where I'm going to go with this. Many of the points drew me in. Some actually pushed me away when they were trying to argue in the alternative. It's not an easy decision. This is hour 15 of my workday, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Ultimately, I have to look at everything and look at our policy specifically, and what does it actually say? Is this supporting the rural agricultural, rural use? And my decision is ultimately, I cannot vote in favor of this, even though I am intently in favor of ensuring that we have affordable housing development. But I will not be in voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any other councillor wish to engage in the debate? Seeing no other lights, then the motion is that Municipal Council give second reading to rezoning the southern portion of the property located at 1299 Ridge Road, PID 5519084, Wolfville Ridge, from rural mixed use A2 zone to rural commercial C4 zone, as shown in Appendix F of the report dated today's date, October 11th, the report itself dated October 11th, 2022. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The motion is passed 5-4. So the application is approved and goes to the next level at which it will be advertised for the appropriate period, and anybody who wishes to engage in appeals during that period may do so. So that was a very, very active discussion, a very difficult decision for council to make, as you can see from the split. And I want to thank you all for your participation and congratulate you all for taking such an interest in a very interesting prospect for the area. And when I say the area, I mean the area writ large. So moving on then to and please don't feel that you have to stay for the balance of the meeting. I'm sure most of you were here just to see this to a conclusion. So as you depart or stay, as you will, we're going now to call upon Councillor Armstrong to deal with the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Municipal Council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit up to 5 recreational cabins at 1439 Baxter Harbour Road, PID 55011332, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form, as the draft set out in Appendix D of the report dated October 11, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. The other Councillor Granger. I want you to understand that it's 25 after 10.
That's okay. When you said Councillor Granger, she woke up.
Oh, my. It's good we're not all on the mic this evening. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Armstrong, your light's just on for the next item, is it? Okay. No discussion on the motion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
That Municipal Council gives second reading to an amendment to the text of the land use bylaw to include existing forest industry uses in the list of permitted uses in the agricultural A1 zone as described in Appendix A as a report dated October 11, 2022. I so move.
Seconder, Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion. You're very agreeable this evening. No discussion on the motion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, if you wish to proceed.
That Municipal Council give first reading to and hold a public hearing regarding the application to rezone 2853 Lovett Road, PID 55513204 Coldbrook, from the residential 1 and 2 unit R2 zone to the residential mixed density R3 zone as described in Appendix C of the report dated November 8th, 2022. Yes.
You so move?
I so move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hurdle. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. In favor. Councillor Armstrong.
That Municipal Council give initial consideration to and hold a public hearing regarding entering into a development agreement to permit tourist cabins at 536 Sunken Lake Road, PID 555-31305, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form, as the draft set out in Appendix D of the report dated November 8, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion. I see none. I want to say for the record that I've read all the correspondence on this particular item. I'm satisfied that the accommodations that have been made in negotiation between staff and the developer in creating a greater buffer zone and distance from the lake are positive things, and certainly sway me toward voting in favor of the motion. I see no other lights. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong again.
The Municipal Council support the application by TEP Group Eastlink to site a 61-meter self-support style telecommunication tower at 1105 Highway 359 Steam Mill, as described in Appendix D of the report dated November 8th, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Meisner again. Councillor Hurdle, did I miss your light earlier?
No, I was just going to ask about the application to permit a telecommunications tower. It's late, so my brain is fuzzy, but my recollection is that we don't actually permit towers. It's not our responsibility. Maybe I am wrong.
Yes, the agenda may read a little incorrectly in terms of that. We do not do the permitting, but we certainly I'll come to the presenter in a minute, but we certainly arrange for the public hearing on the matter, and there is now a prescribed place for us in the process that was never there before. We could tell them that we are not in favor of it being in that place, and they would have to take our refusal, if you want to call it that, and go to another source and attempt to convince them that they should be able to proceed with it. And now I'll go to Ms. Mosher and let her tell you how wrong I was when I said that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to yourself, I'm not trying to correct you. I just wanted to let you know that Mark actually has a presentation on this before you vote on it.
Oh, does he? Well, gosh. Mr. Fredericks, how brief can you be?
It's only 9 slides.
9 slides.
Thanks, folks. And I think in past, this council sometimes has received a presentation and sometimes not, following PAC. But because it only comes to council one time, it has been our practice to try to give a presentation just to provide council with an overview of some of the concerns we heard. I will be brief. It's a planning application to consider a telecommunication tower, and Councillor was correct in that we do not permit them. We're looking for council's support or non-support in this situation. So we're looking for a 61-meter tall telecommunications tower. It's a self-support style. Logan McDade, who works with TEP Group in Eastlink, has applied. It's located behind Green Diamond Equipment and Steam Mill on a property that's zoned rural, industrial, or M3. The tower meets all siting requirements of the municipality, and staff and Planning Advisory Committee have passed positive recommendations to council. Just a review here, it's the federal government that does the permitting of these towers through Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Municipalities, however, can adopt policies that address public consultation and, in our case, setback or separation distance requirements. In our municipality, we've adopted 3 times the tower height as the minimum separation distance between the tower and the nearest residential dwelling or school or a hospital. And this particular tower satisfies that separation distance requirement. This is the property. It's on Highway 359 in Steam Mill. Again, the property is in an industrial zone, in the rural industrial zone. There is A2 or rural mixed-use zoning around, and the Turner family is who we heard from during the public consultation. They live and own much of the property across the street to the south and behind the subject property, and so they did have some concerns over the impact, primarily with the tower being, near their home and certainly near the woodland where they recreate and walk their dogs frequently. So again, this is air photo showing these houses across the street. Again, the closest one is about 200 meters, and 3 times the tower height is 183 meters. So it does meet the separation distance requirements, and this yellow box indicates roughly where the tower would locate behind the kind of industrial use. So we held a public meeting on September 14th with Councillor Meisner and myself and Logan, the applicant, and we did receive some feedback at that meeting from a variety of members of the Turner family. They had concerns about the potential impact of the tower, concerns about the consultation process that we went through, and there was an option to, or there was a conversation around just moving the tower to the north by some amount, and the applicant did look into that, but found that there was a septic field that would restrict that. So, there was a conversation back and forth about these concerns, and an attempt was made to relocate the tower to accommodate those concerns, but it wasn't possible due to the septic field. The consultation process is more involved with these. It's fair to say that it may not be a perfect consultation process. I would recognize that the Turners pointed that out. But it does notify people of in a wider range. It's up to 1,000 feet around the subject property rather than 500 feet. There's a road sign that's an additional measure, and a newspaper ad as well. So there are a few other steps with these that we try to reach more people than in other planning applications. So this is the sort of process. Largely, it's public consultation based and a report to the Planning Advisory Committee. And today, what we're looking for is council's support or non-support to provide to Eastlink, who would then use that support or non-support as part of their application to the federal government for permitting approval. So this is the PAC motion. Again, staff were confident that this was an appropriate area. It's in an industrial zone. It's far from populated areas, but still close enough to provide improved cellular coverage to Steam Mill, North Kentville, and Centerville. And it can meet the separation requirement of 3 times the tower height, and so we give it a positive recommendation, and this would be a potential motion for council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fredericks. Thank you for going so fast, but the content was valuable, and we're a relatively new council with respect to this type of thing. Any questions of clarification for the presenter? Seeing none, then I thank the presenter again. The proposed motion is that Municipal Council support the application by TEP Group Eastlink to site a 61-meter self-support style telecommunications tower at 1105 Highway 359 Steam Mill, as described in Appendix D of the report dated November 8th, 2022, which is in your package. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous if Councillor Windsor is voting in favor, are you? Yes. Okay. Then that is unanimous. Councillor Armstrong, public hearing date?
Well, our package lists Tuesday, January the 3rd, but I've been informed by staff that there may be an issue with meeting our advertising deadlines because of the holidays at the end of the month. So tentatively January 3rd, but that may change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner, you had your light on? No?
I didn't mean to.
No, I'm sorry. All right, that takes us to item 7, Planning and Inspection Services. Now, it's 20 to 11. I'm hearing calls from councillors to carry on because we've kept staff here this long, and to send them home would be just a crying shame. So we're moving on. It is December, too. We do not want to come back here too many times again this month. So I welcome Katie MacArthur, our new accessibility coordinator, to the microphone. And we're just doing this 10-yard dash here. The microphone's on, Ms. MacArthur.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Katie MacArthur, and I'm the municipality's new accessibility coordinator. I'm here tonight to do a brief, I promise, presentation on the request for decision from the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee terms of reference as found in your agenda package. So I must apologize. As an intermunicipal service agreement between the municipality and the 7 villages with regards to the JAC that is to be attached as an appendix to the terms of reference was left out of the agenda package. With the amount that you had to read, maybe you don't mind. But if there are any questions on that document, we can bring it up on the screen. The IMSA is referenced in sections 6, 7, and 8 of the terms of reference dealing with the membership of the committee. Okay, origin and intent. So the origin of the RFD came from the April 5th council motion to have all terms of reference reviewed for committees of council, and then the November 9th JAC committee meeting. And the intent is for Municipal Council to approve the updated terms of reference of the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. The JAC terms of reference. So staff reviewed the current terms of reference for the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, JAC, and recommended changes for clarity and accessibility and removal of items that were no longer relevant as they had been resolved. I'll get into some examples of those in a minute. Oh, actually now. So some examples of suggested changes. So parts of section 4.1 and all of section 4.2 were recommended for removal as they discuss completing the first accessibility plan, which has already been adopted by council. Section 11, the advisory role of committee. The wording has been updated to clarify matters surrounding debt and expenditure approvals. Section 12.6, quorum. The line, this committee has 16 members, therefore quorum shall be any 9 members, has been recommended for addition to clarify quorum requirements. And last, in terms of examples, it has been recommended that hyperlinks are added to municipal policies and bylaws that are referenced in the terms of reference, and that the intermunicipal service agreement between the municipality and the 7 villages be added as an appendix, as it's essential to understanding the terms of reference. The recommended changes were reviewed by the JAC and then distributed to village clerks and commissions for their review and comment. After staff had done the changes, no additional changes were suggested by the villages or the JAC. At the November 9th, 2022 JAC meeting, the committee approved the following recommendation: that the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee recommends that Municipal Council and the 7 village commissions each approve the proposed changes to the committee terms of reference as outlined in the report dated November 9th, 2022. So staff will report back to the JAC on the outcome of this meeting, and each of the village representatives on the committee will also bring motions to their commissions and report back to the committee as well. So the financial implications of this RFD are none, and the strategic plan alignment is other. It was based on a council motion, and the alternatives would be that Municipal Council may suggest amendments to the draft terms of reference and forward them to the JAC for consideration. In terms of implementation, following approval by Municipal Council and the Village Commissions, the committee will use the terms of reference as a guide to accomplish its mandate, goals, and objectives, and they will also be posted on the municipality's website. And in terms of engagement, the JAC and the 7 Village Commissions all reviewed the terms of reference and had the opportunity to make suggestions for further amendments. And all Council, Commission, and JAC meetings are open to the public. So I leave you with the recommendation that Municipal Council approve the proposed amendments to the terms of reference for the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee as attached as Appendix B to the December 6, 2022 request for decision.
Thank you, Ms. MacArthur. If you wouldn't mind staying in your place for a moment, are there any questions of clarification by any of the council for Ms. MacArthur? Councillor Windsor.
Not quite. I was just going to note for those who haven't been around as long as myself that Katie is the second generation MacArthur on the staff there. Her dad, Bruce, worked there for years. Dick may remember Bruce MacArthur, but probably no one else would. So I just wanted to note that, Katie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I had the privilege of walking the streets with her father when I thought I might get elected.
What?
Not those streets.
I didn't know we walked the streets.
No. Perhaps we should regroup. You move adjournment? Is that what you did? No. Not would you? Okay. I have a motion that Municipal Council approve the proposed amendments to terms of reference for the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee that is attached to Appendix B to the December 6, 2022 request for decision. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion, please. There is no discussion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now.
What do you mean you walk the streets?
Walk the streets. This coming from a fellow who walked in the red high-heeled shoes. Yes. That's unanimous, thank you, and we're getting silly around 11:15. I want to thank Ms. MacArthur for her presentation and welcome you once again to a great group. Moving on then to administration, proposed new policy IT 07002, mobile devices adoption. Motion to adopt the policy. It's been proposed then that the Municipal Council adopt policy IT 07002, mobile devices, as attached to the December 6, 2022 Council agenda. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Hurtle. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. The public hearing date is tentatively in January 3rd, but it's not cast in stone yet. There's an advertising component to that we have to be sure of. The next item is item 8B, sorry. Amendments to policy FIN 018. Municipal Council amend policy FIN 05018, community grants, is attached to December 6, 2022 Council agenda. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Hurtle, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. If Councillor Hurtle were voting in favor, that would be unanimous. He is. And it is unanimous in favor. Thank you. And now we're going to skip Mr. Hagan altogether. No. Mr. Hagan's coming with all his documents. Welcome to the podium, Mr. Hagan.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here tonight.
You've touched base with every one of us. I think the decision is pretty much baked in, but we'd love to hear your presentation.
Look, I'd really like to do this
I
presentation.
know you would.
Do you? Sorry?
This is no time to joke, I can tell you that.
Yes.
We know you've worked very hard on this, Mr. Hagan, and we have no intention of interrupting you. You go ahead when you're ready.
Perfect. Should I carry on? Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Mittart and councils, members of council. Thank you for having me here tonight, this late, to present to you the summary of the boundary review process and the next steps regarding the 2022 Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board application process. The intent of this presentation is to present to Municipal Council the finalizations involved in the Boundary Review 2022 study and the updates to the proposed changes to the polling district boundaries developed since the November 10th, 2022 presentation to Committee of the Whole. This presentation will follow the following order. In the interest of brevity, we'll just kind of wing it. For the recommendation for everyone, that Municipal Council, so based on the review, the Boundary Review 2022 study, the recommendation to Municipal Council is as follows. That Municipal Council apply to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board to confirm the number of councillors at 9 and alter polling districts as described within the Boundary Review 2022 study. So with respect to work completed since the Committee of the Whole meeting in November, we've completed a detailed review of the communities of interest and general service areas, or GSAs, in Western Kings County. For those of you that may not be familiar with general service areas, or GSAs, I have an upcoming slide here to explain some of that to you. And based on this review, we've proposed updates for District 4 and District 5 with respect to changes to polling district boundaries. Additionally, we have prepared individual figures of the recommended configurations of each district in the 8.5 by yeah.
It's just that we had to set the alarm for some of the councillors.
You're right.
You proceed.
Sorry. Okay, yes, sorry. Also, we have prepared individual figures of the recommended configurations of each district in the 8.5 by 11 format that's required by the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board that I think that were also included in the study. We prepared the written text descriptions of the recommended configurations of the polling district boundaries that is also required as part of the application process. And ultimately, we prepared the draft boundary review 2022 study for council approval. The contents of the boundary review 2022 study include a consultative review of the number of municipal councillors and polling districts, as well as significant geospatial analysis of a range of polling district boundaries, which Holly over here can attest to. The ultimate goal was to create an optimum configuration that best meets with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board criteria, and the overarching theme was to develop an optimum configuration that was both fair and reasonable, and I think we've achieved that. As part of the boundary review process, our team utilized numerous key factors that help to influence the recommended configurations of the revised polling district boundaries. These key factors included items that are required by the UARB and the MGA, as well as the municipality's commitment to public engagement and other pre-existing municipal factors. And those factors include public and council engagement, public and council survey review comments, councillor workload, general service areas, communities of interest, which I just skipped a couple here, current polling divisions, our commitment to accommodate for population and electoral growth, the number of electors, relative parity of voting power, which is significant, and that's the plus or minus 10% of the average number of voters per district, population density, fire and school districts, and geographic size and geography in general. So to the point about GSAs, what are they? So according to the Nova Scotia Civic Addressing Guide, GSAs are defined as follows. They are generally analogous to traditional communities, but there are differences. GSAs make up most of the province. Even remote, uninhabited areas are assigned to GSAs to provide a consistent means of identifying these areas. In developed areas, the boundaries of GSAs generally follow community boundaries, currently municipalities are moving towards adoption of GSA boundaries to define their communities, which will provide consistent application of the terminology. Now, GSAs were created in consultation with municipalities, local fire departments, and a provincial mapping agency in the late 90s and early 2000s, specific to 911 and dispatch purposes. But my understanding too is that Canada Post is now converting to using them for mailing address as well. Apparently, the long-term goal is to discontinue the use of GSA and adopt the use of community to reduce confusion, which would kind of make sense. But this process is guided by considering how a resident would ultimately respond, what community do you live in? So that's what a GSA is, and I guess it's kind of hard to see on the map here, but basically our whole municipality is split up into GSAs. So that kind of formed the basis of where we started, and then we built on from there. So getting to the nuts and bolts of it, the recommended configuration. So with our recommended configurations, now 4 of the 7 villages are located within individual districts, whereas previously it was only 2. District 1 and District 2 have been reorganized into kind of a north-south orientation. On the screen there now is District 1, where you see the village of Canning is the only village now in District 1 as opposed to 2 previously. And you can see also that all of Centerville is now included within District 1. District 2 is similarly set up with the village of Port Williams now in District 2 as opposed to District 1, and then the components of North Kentville that were formerly part of the, I guess, the status quo version of District 2. Also in this scenario, also with this recommended configuration, Gibson Woods, the historical African Nova Scotian community, is now wholly within District 1, whereas before it was split between 2 districts and immediately adjacent to a third, which so that's all in all, that's District 1, 2, and 3, and now we believe we've solved it with putting it all into District 1. District 3 now includes Keddy's Corner, which was formerly part of District 2, and that was primarily done to deal with voter parity issues. District 4 has now been updated to include the village of Kingston and all of the village of Greenwood. Under the status quo scenario, I'm sure you're all aware, the village of Greenwood and the village of Aylesford were split into 2, into both Districts 4 and Districts 5. And that scenario was deemed to not be consistent with their mandate to adequately consider communities of interest. The changes to the polling district boundaries for District 4 are deemed to be a significant improvement from a communities of interest perspective, as well as its ability to accommodate future growth. District 5 was similarly updated to include all of the village of Aylesford, D&D 14 Wing Greenwood, and the rural areas to the south. So similar to the proposed changes to District 4, the changes to District 5 have better addressed communities of interest by not dividing communities of interest, as well as accommodating for future electoral growth. Sorry, I'm a little dry here. District 6 was expanded to the eastern boundary to the town of Berwick, as well as to the southern boundary extended to include areas near Thompson Road, Spittle Road, English Mountain Road, Lockhart Mountain Road, and Harrington Road to help mitigate against voter confusion in those areas. And there was a small area in the vicinity of Randolph and Waterville Mountain Road that was added to District 7 primarily for voter parity reasons, that District 7's low population. For District 7, areas from District 5 were added, including populated areas around Factorydale and Morristown and Aylesford Lake. And the areas, as you'll see from the map, there's Salmon Tail Lake area. There actually is no electoral voters in that area. I guess there's no voters in that area, but for mapping representation, it's been included. For District 8, there's no changes, and so the entire village of New Minas and the GSA of Greenwich remain in District 8. In District 9, the parts of GSA of White Rock that are currently part of District 7 were added to District 9 so that the populated areas of the GSA of White Rock would all be within District 9 instead of being divided between 2 districts as they are currently. Also, this was needed to address voter parity issues in District 9, ultimately the low elector population there. A small part of the GSA of White Rock in this scenario would remain part of District 8, which is part of New Minas, but there's only one voter in that little bit of the GSA that would be remaining there. And then finally, this slide here, this is the, as part of the recommended configuration, I've given you a composite map. So this is actually the recommended configuration with all the colors, you know, all updated to show you what it would look like under the recommended configuration scenario. This map is also figure 30 in the study. So for conclusions, so with respect to the boundary review study, we have proposed the following from a number of councillors and district boundary perspective. Maintain the councillor numbers at 9 and a reconfiguration of the polling district boundaries in a fair and reasonable manner, and with a specific focus on voter parity and communities of interest, as well as the other key factors that I discussed earlier. With consideration of the recommended configurations for the boundary review study, the next steps in the process are staff to file an application to the Utility Review Board by mid-December 2022. A hearing would then be expected for early 2023. And then subsequent to that, at some point after that, a decision or order from the UARB would follow. So as a summary for our recommendation, and with consideration of all the detailed work completed by staff with respect to the Boundary Review 2022 study, we ask that Municipal Council apply to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board to confirm the number of councillors at 9 and alter polling districts as described within the Boundary Review 2022 study. Thank you, Mayor Mittard and members of Council for your time this evening and this night, I suppose. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all on this very important project, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. That's an excellent effort in condensing 150-odd pages down to a 15 or 20-minute presentation. So I only hope the council doesn't keep you here so long we're having to say good morning to you before you leave. I'm sure there are questions for you. If you'd stay in your place for a moment. Councillor Windsor has a question.
No, I just wanted to say, Mayor, there's no doubt the completeness and the thoroughness of that piece of work. It's very detailed. You obviously got an knack for detail, and so thank you for that. And I'd like to thank you guys. I know there were some comments on some particular areas that came up that it seemingly got adjusted. So really appreciate that responsiveness to the concerns that was raised at the committee of the whole, I guess it was, wasn't it? So it just, I think, I just thought that confirms the value of committee of the whole as well at times. We had some comments and they were reacted to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm really happy with the changes that I'm seeing across the entire municipality, especially District 6. And I'm wondering if you had a comprehensive list of every civic address that's affected by the change, and if you could just quickly go over that whole list.
The answer will be no, Mr. Head.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Councillor Hurdle, I don't have it on me, but Holly said she'd have that ready for you by tomorrow at noon.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
Well, sorry. I said H.
Well, we won't quibble over consonants. I don't see any other questions. I did want to add that despite the levity of the evening at this point, I did want to add my congratulations to you for a job very well done. Thank you. And thank you, Holly, for assisting us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I do appreciate that. As much as I'd like to take all the credit on this, I really can't. But I do want to thank the whole boundary review team, in general, but and Holly's here tonight because she's actually the expert on all of the mapping, and I think a lot of credit should really go to Holly as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and we know she's the expert, but it's good of you to point it out.
Yes.
Councillor Windsor, did you have something before we moved on?
Well, just before we make the motion, I was wondering if the word described, as described within the boundary review, should read as recommended, because there's several options described in there, but there's one particular one recommended.
Would you like to make the motion with that change in it?
I would make the motion that Municipal Council apply to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board to confirm the number of councillors at 9 and alter polling districts as recommended within the Boundary Review Study 2022.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote no. No, that's the original motion. We hadn't had a motion, so he just made the motion that contained that word. That's all. Yep. I might have to ask for a show of hands on this because I think a lot of us missed the button. Anybody contrary minded? No, the motion is passed unanimously with Councillor Killam being out of his seat. Thank you. And once again, Mr. Hagan, Holly, thanks very much for being here so late in the evening. And the CIO has stepped to the podium, so tuck in for another half hour or so. We've moved on to non-union salary increases fiscal 2022-23, and Mr. CIO is going to take the podium.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's in your agenda package, and I'm going to be very, very quick. So this presentation is about transparency. There is a policy in place, and the policy says that the CAO has to have a standard operating procedure that just communicates to council whether the increases are within the approved budget. And so the policy outlines that there's two factors to the pay increases. One is inflationary related, CPI, and the second is performance. So this table sets out the max. So the max that an employee can get if they're superior is 2% plus CPI. What happened this year, as we know, is we were going in budget preparations thinking, CPI would be somewhere between, we'll say around 3.5%, where it actually came in over 9%. So that had an impact on the numbers. So to balance, and this is what I was saying, Section 5.2 requires the CEO to develop and follow a standard operating procedure to verify salaries are within the budget approved by council. So what actually happened primarily, not entirely, but primarily because of the inflationary pressure by the 9% as opposed to a 3.6%, is that if we would have had fully subscribed positions, which we do now, but people were hired later than anticipated, if they would have been hired on time, we would be running a $17,000 deficit. So in my standard operating procedure, I would just want to make sure that you're aware of that fact. Overall, we're still anticipating the budgets are going to come in for these GL accounts, just for salary, come in at a surplus of $60,000. So there's still room in those GLs, but if they were fully subscribed at that time with hiring, we would be running about a $17,000 deficit. So basically, that's about it. The recommendation here is for council receive the briefing on the non-union salary increases dated December 6th for information. And again, in my estimation, you can always challenge me or overrule me, obviously, but it's a matter of transparency. Are we within compliance to the approved budget? We are within $60,000, but I want to be as transparent as I can, saying that is only because we would normally be running a $17,000 shortage if we had hired people on time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CAO. Any questions of clarification of the CAO on his report? Councillor Hurdle.
So it's the CPI June to June?
Correct.
Okay. If we're collecting a tax rate that is set by an automatic adjustment with CPI, not a tax rate, but the amount collected. Why do we have to do the 5-year average? Could we just not take the CPI for the year because we're collecting the tax rate anyway?
I'm not sure I'm, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm following the question. The CPI is just a metric to use in adjusting the pays, and we, in policy, set a 5-year rolling average.
But it doesn't impact the tax rate.
No, that I'm a little unclear because it is 11 o'clock at night.
I wish I could back up, but my
There you go.
well, yeah. So, thank you. So this Councillor hurdle may or may not help. We anticipated CPI being 3.65. It came in at 9.3. So we anticipated the rolling average of the 5 years would be 2.33, but the rolling average is actually 3.46. So that's largely why we're $17,000 over projection.
I've answered the question in my own head, but it's too late to articulate how I arrived at it. So thank you. I am done.
The important thing is you got your answer. Councillor Armstrong.
I just wanted to clarify that, for anybody listening, that we're just talking about GL accounts that are specific to payroll.
Correct.
We're not talking about a surplus on our whole budget.
No, this is GL's.
Okay.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Armstrong.
you.
That's a good point. These are GL specific to salaries.
Right.
Projecting an overall $60,000 surplus
in those accounts.
In those accounts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good point of clarification. You see the recommendation that Municipal Council receive the briefing on non-union salary increases fiscal 2022-23 dated December 6, 2022 for information. I have a mover of the motion, Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please vote now. We're very close to the end of our agenda. That is passed unanimously from those present. Thank you. We're now dealing with item 9A. These are Committee of the Whole recommendations that have come before us. Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice as well. The first being that Municipal Council provides 7 days notice per Section 48 Sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act to adopt amendments to Policy Admin 020, that's correct, Records and Information Management, as attached to the November 15th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda. Do I have a mover of the motion? Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 9B, Diversity Intermunicipal Service Agreement Update. Recommended by the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council instruct the CAO to bring forward amended terms of reference for diversity Kings County. Any discussion on the motion? Mover of the motion, Councillor Harding, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion. I'm sorry, I didn't take the motion before I asked for discussion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving to item 10, we have Councillor Armstrong back on for as chair of the nominating committee. Dealing with A to G. Item A, you want me to do it, Councillor?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'm still here so
All right.
far. That Municipal Council reappoint Logan Morris as the citizen representative on the Audit Committee for a second 2-year term commencing December 1, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Seconder for the motion, Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Item B.
The Municipal Council reappoint Tammy Sampson and James Rumble to the at-large designated seats on the Diversity Kings County Committee for a 2-year term commencing December 1, 2022.
You so move?
I so move.
Thank you. Councillor Granger seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Item C.
That Municipal Council reappoint Adrian Doherty as the citizen representative on the Fences Arbitration Committee for a 2-year term commencing December 1, 2022. I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Item D.
That Municipal Council reappoint Chantal Gagnon as the citizen representative on the Greenwood Water Utility Source Water Protection Committee for a 2-year term commencing December 1, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Meisner. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous if Councillor Harding was voting in favor. Are you, Councillor Harding? Yes? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item E.
That Municipal Council appoint Adrian Doherty as the citizen representative for the municipality on the Kings Regional Rehabilitation Center Board for a 3-year term commencing December 1st, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hurtle. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item
F.
10F.
That Municipal Council appoint Jamie Ogilvie as the Western Area Representative on the Police Services Advisory Committee for a 2-year term commencing December 1, 2022. I so move.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. What does the next item refer to?
Last one. That Municipal Council approve the 2022-2023 councillor appointments to boards and committees as detailed in the report attached to December 6, 2022 council agenda, effective December 1, 2022 for a 1-year term ending November 30th, 2023. I so move.
Thank you. A seconder for the motion, Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? I wondered for a moment there that I hadn't read it, but I have. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I have a question through you to the chair. A couple of months ago, I think it was, don't remember exactly, I had sent an email asking for consideration to be given for an alternate to be added to the REN LOC. And at the time, you responded that would you'd bring it to the committee.
There's nothing in the terms of reference to allow for an alternate, so we couldn't.
But can we not?
Well, the terms of reference would have to be changed. That doesn't fall under the purview of the nominating committee. It would have to go back to the staff or to the LOC to change those terms of reference
Okay,
to allow for an alternate.
okay, presently as the member, I'd love to have someone, and we're the only, someone as an alternate, and we're the only municipality that doesn't have an alternate there. So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. CAO, I'd love for us to look at that. And as a note also, I know Councillor Hurdle was interested, there may be others, but I know he had expressed an interest.
I'm sorry.
We could attend to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we certainly can have a look at it, Councillor. You and I perhaps should discuss that in terms of enablement to begin with. Yep. Councillor Armstrong?
I just wanted to note that I did bring that forward to the nominating committee. Yep. It was a question that I did ask, and that was the response that I got. So it's not that I dismissed it. It was just that.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Have we voted on this motion, Madam
No.
Clerk? Have we moved it?
Mm-hmm.
I've lost myself. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That motion is passed. Councillor Hurdle, are you voting in favor? Sure. Unanimously. Sure, he says. The item 11 is correspondence, so I'd like a motion to receive the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. And while we're waiting for the results of the vote, the one item of correspondence was a letter from the municipality of Yarmouth warden to Minister Champagne, Telecommunications Services. His concern was in the last hurricane, all of the landlines and cell phone lines went down, and he was very concerned about emergencies, and they wished to see the companies that control those services to be at the table during EMO exercises. Is there any other business to come before the meeting? Motion to adjourn. There's no public here. I'm sorry, Councillor Windsor.
I just had one question relative to the UARB hearing on the canning project. When do the UARB have to deliver their ruling on that?
They have 6 months, 60 days, 6 months, I think. I don't know. Anyway, we'll get the answer for you on that, but the last of the briefs doesn't have to be filed until later in January. But I'll go to Trish, who will have the answer on your earlier part of the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Closing arguments will be in written form, and that back and forth finishes January 26th. And then the URB has 60 days from that day to make a ruling.
And when they take written briefs, they usually take the 60 days or close to it. So that's what you can anticipate, Councillor. Motion to adjourn was made by Councillor Armstrong and seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Thank you. In anticipation, we are adjourned. I want to thank you. It's only 20 after 11, so you'll still get home in time for supper, or breakfast, as the case may be.